responders worldwide. His focus is on growing economic development citywide, strengthening public safety, and securing Peoria's water future and infrastructure. He is a husband and father to 6 boys.
Councilmember Bill Patenna was first elected to the City Council to represent the Ironwood District in 2012 and was re-elected in 2016 and 2020. Councilmember Patenna spent the last 18 years of his professional career with the City of Peoria as the Neighborhood Services Manager. In his ongoing service to the city, he maintains a strong interest in building and maintaining healthy neighborhoods and serves as the council liaison to the Veterans Memorial Board. The Patenna family has lived in Arizona for over 30 years, with more than 20 of those in Peoria.
Mesquite District Councilmember Brad Schaefer was appointed to the City Council in April 2022 and was elected to the seat by the voters in November that same year. He previously served on the Peoria Planning and Zoning Commission and was the chair for both of the city's Bond Advisory and Charter Review Committees. Schaefer is also a U.S. Air Force veteran. He has earned his Master's of Business Administration, a bachelor's degree in Healthcare Administration, and has over 25 years of experience in the healthcare industry. He and his family enjoy spending time at Lake Pleasant or hiking the beautiful trails of Peoria.
Jennifer Crawford was elected in November 2022 to serve the Acacia District. She has more than 30 years of business and marketing experience in the private sector. With an emphasis in sales and management, she has operated small businesses, a nonprofit organization, and is currently self-employed as a consultant. With Old Town Peoria within her district, she is passionate about the revitalization of downtown. Her family has lived in Peoria since 2004, with her children attending Zuni Hills Elementary School and graduating from Liberty and Sunrise Mountain High Schools.
Palo Verde Councilmember Michael Finn was elected to City Council in 2014 and re-elected in 2018 and 2022. As a former Chief Financial Officer for the Peoria Unified School District, Finn was responsible for making sound fiscal policies that contributed to the district's success. He also brings over 20 years of additional leadership experience from his time with United Parcel Service and U.S. Airways. His family has lived in Peoria for more than 2 decades and enjoys engaging with the community.
Danette Dunn, who has lived in the Pine District since 2005, was elected by the voters during a special election held in August 2019 to serve on City Council. She was re-elected for a second 4-year term in January 2023 and was appointed to serve as vice mayor. Dunn is focused on transportation management and economic development growth for our city. She is the founder of an environmental consulting agency which connects businesses with environmental stewardship, awareness, and social responsibility. She also served in government relations for Republic Services.
Willow District Councilmember John Edwards was first elected in 2012 and re-elected in 2016 and 2020. He has since served the council in various roles, most recently being elected Mayor Pro Tempore in 2023. He has served as a program and project manager for a computer services company for nearly 30 years. Edwards serves on a number of boards and committees, including the Maricopa Association of Governments Transportation Policy Committee, the Valley Metro Board of Directors, and the National League of Cities Community and Economic Development Committee. In previous years, he was involved with organizations including Westmark and Homeless Youth Connection. His family has lived in Peoria since 2001, and he believes in open communication and engaging with residents to keep them involved in important city decisions. The City Council meeting will begin shortly. Thank you for watching.
Meet your Peoria Mayor and City Council.
Mayor Jason Beck was elected to a 4-year term in November 2022 and was sworn into office in January 2023. Mayor Beck is a Marine Corps veteran and is the founder and CEO of Tier Tactical, a Peoria-based business that provides body armor and tactical gear to military and first responders worldwide. His focus is on growing economic development citywide, strengthening public safety, and securing Peoria's water future and infrastructure. He is a husband and father to 6 boys.
Councilmember Bill Patenna was first elected to the City Council to represent the Ironwood District in 2012 and was re-elected in 2016 and 2020. Councilmember Patenna spent the last 18 years of his professional career with the City of Peoria as the Neighborhood Services Manager. In his ongoing service to the city, he maintains a strong interest in building and maintaining healthy neighborhoods and serves as the council liaison to the Veterans Memorial Board. The Patenna family has lived in Arizona for over 30 years, with more than 20 of those in Peoria.
Mesquite District Councilmember Brad Schaefer was appointed to the City Council in April 2022 and was elected to the seat by the voters in November that same year. He previously served on the Peoria Planning and Zoning Commission and was the chair for both of the city's Bond Advisory and Charter Review Committees. Schaefer is also a U.S. Air Force veteran. He has earned his Master's of Business Administration, a bachelor's degree in Healthcare Administration, and has over 25 years of experience in the healthcare industry. He and his family enjoy spending time at Lake Pleasant or hiking the beautiful trails of Peoria.
Jennifer Crawford was elected in November 2022 to serve the Acacia District. She has more than 30 years of business and marketing experience in the private sector. With an emphasis in sales and management, she has operated small businesses, a nonprofit organization, and is currently self-employed as a consultant. With Old Town Peoria within her district, she is passionate about the revitalization of downtown. Her family has lived in Peoria since 2004, with her children attending Zuni Hills Elementary School and graduating from Liberty and Sunrise Mountain High Schools.
Palo Verde Councilmember Michael Finn was elected to City Council in 2014 and re-elected in 2018 and 2022. As a former Chief Financial Officer for the Peoria Unified School District, Finn was responsible for making sound fiscal policies that contributed to the district's success. He also brings over 20 years of additional leadership experience from his time with United Parcel Service and U.S. Airways. His family has lived in Peoria for more than 2 decades and enjoys engaging with the community.
Danette Dunn, who has lived in the Pine District since 2005, was elected by the voters during a special election held in August 2019 to serve on City Council. She was re-elected for a second 4-year term in January 2023 and was appointed to serve as Vice Mayor. Dunn is focused on transportation management and economic development growth for our city. She is the founder of an environmental consulting agency which connects businesses with environmental stewardship, awareness, and social responsibility. She also served in government relations for Republic Services.
Willow District Councilmember John Edwards was first elected in 2012 and re-elected in 2016 and 2020. He has since served the council in various roles, most recently being elected Mayor Pro Tempore in 2023. He has served as a program and project manager for a computer services company for nearly 30 years. Edwards serves on a number of boards and committees, including the Maricopa Association of Governments Transportation Policy Committee, the Valley Metro Board of Directors, and the National League of Cities Community and Economic Development Committee. In previous years, he was involved with organizations including Westmark and Homeless Youth Connection. His family has lived in Peoria since 2001, and he believes in open communication and engaging with residents to keep them involved in important city decisions. The City Council meeting will begin shortly. Thank you for watching.
I hereby call the special meeting of December 12th, 2023 to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Beck.
Present.
Vice Mayor Dunn.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Edwards.
Here.
Councilmember Patena.
Here.
Councilmember Finn.
Here.
Councilmember Crawford is absent today, Mayor.
Yes.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. First, our only item on the agenda is to call for executive session. Do I have a motion to enter into executive session?
So moved.
Please vote. And it passes 6-0. Thank you.
Mayor and City Council.
Mayor Jason Beck was elected to a 4-year term in November 2022 and was sworn into office in January 2023. Mayor Beck is a Marine Corps veteran and is the founder and CEO of Tier Tactical, a Peoria-based business that provides body armor and tactical gear to military and first responders worldwide. His focus is on growing economic development citywide, strengthening public safety, and securing Peoria's water future and infrastructure. He is a husband and father to 6 boys.
Councilmember Bill Patena was first elected to the City Council to represent the Ironwood District in 2012 and was re-elected in 2016 and 2020. Councilmember Patena spent the last 18 years of his professional career with the City of Peoria as the Neighborhood Services Manager. In his ongoing service to the city, he maintains a strong interest in building and maintaining healthy neighborhoods and serves as the council liaison to the Veterans Memorial Board. The Patena family has lived in Arizona for over 30 years, with more than 20 of those in Peoria.
Mesquite District Councilmember Brad Schaefer was appointed to the City Council in April 2022 and was elected to the seat by the voters in November that same year. He previously served on the Peoria Planning and Zoning Commission and was the chair for both of the city's Bond Advisory and Charter Review Committees. Schaefer is also a U.S. Air Force veteran. He has earned his Master's of Business Administration, a bachelor's degree in Healthcare Administration, and has over 25 years of experience in the healthcare industry. He and his family enjoy spending time at Lake Pleasant or hiking the beautiful trails of Peoria.
Jennifer Crawford was elected in November 2022 to serve the Acacia District. She has more than 30 years of business and marketing experience in the private sector. With an emphasis in sales and management, she has operated small businesses, a nonprofit organization, and is currently self-employed as a consultant. With Old Town Peoria within her district, she is passionate about the revitalization of downtown. Her family has lived in Peoria since 2004, with her children attending Zuni Hills Elementary School and graduating from Liberty and Sunrise Mountain High Schools.
Palo Verde Councilmember Michael Finn was elected to City Council in 2014 and re-elected in 2018 and 2022. As a former Chief Financial Officer for the Peoria Unified School District, Finn was responsible for making sound fiscal policies that contributed to the district's success. He also brings over 20 years of additional leadership experience from his time with United Parcel Service and U.S. Airways. His family has lived in Peoria for more than 2 decades and enjoys engaging with the community.
Danette Dunn, who has lived in the Pine District since 2005, was elected by the voters during a special election held in August 2019 to serve on City Council. She was re-elected for a second 4-year term in January 2023 and was appointed to serve as Vice Mayor. Dunn is focused on transportation management and economic development growth for our city. She is the founder of an environmental consulting agency which connects businesses with environmental stewardship, awareness, and social responsibility. She also served in government relations for Republic Services.
Willow District Councilmember John Edwards was first elected in 2012 and re-elected in 2016 and 2020. He has since served the council in various roles, most recently being elected Mayor Pro Tempore in 2023. He has served as a program and project manager for a computer services company for nearly 30 years. Edwards serves on a number of boards and committees, including the Maricopa Association of Governments Transportation Policy Committee, the Valley Metro Board of Directors, and the National League of Cities Community and Economic Development Committee. In previous years, he was involved with organizations including Westmark and Homeless Youth Connection. His family has lived in Peoria since 2001, and he believes in open communication and engaging with residents to keep them involved in important city decisions. The City Council meeting will begin shortly. Thank you for watching.
Meet your Peoria Mayor and City Council.
Mayor Jason Beck was elected to a 4-year term in November 2022 and was sworn into office in January 2023. Mayor Beck is a Marine Corps veteran and is the founder and CEO of Tier Tactical, a Peoria-based business that provides body armor and tactical gear to military and first responders worldwide. His focus is on growing economic development citywide, strengthening public safety, and securing Peoria's water future and infrastructure. He is a husband and father to 6 boys.
Councilmember Bill Patena was first elected to the City Council to represent the Ironwood District in 2012 and was re-elected in 2016 and 2020. Councilmember Patena spent the last 18 years of his professional career with the City of Peoria as the Neighborhood Services Manager. In his ongoing service to the city, he maintains a strong interest in building and maintaining healthy neighborhoods and serves as the council liaison to the Veterans Memorial Board. The Patena family has lived in Arizona for over 30 years, with more than 20 of those in Peoria.
Mesquite District Councilmember Brad Schaefer was appointed to the City Council in April 2022 and was elected to the seat by the voters in November that same year. He previously served on the Peoria Planning and Zoning Commission and was the chair for both of the city's Bond Advisory and Charter Review Committees. Schaefer is also a U.S. Air Force veteran. He has earned his Master's of Business Administration, a bachelor's degree in Healthcare Administration, and has over 25 years of experience in the healthcare industry. He and his family enjoy spending time at Lake Pleasant or hiking the beautiful trails of Peoria.
Jennifer Crawford was elected in November 2022 to serve the Acacia District. She has more than 30 years of business and marketing experience in the private sector. With an emphasis in sales and management, she has operated small businesses, a nonprofit organization, and is currently self-employed as a consultant. With Old Town Peoria within her district, she is passionate about the revitalization of downtown. Her family has lived in Peoria since 2004, with her children attending Zuni Hills Elementary School and graduating from Liberty and Sunrise Mountain High Schools.
Palo Verde Councilmember Michael Finn was elected to City Council in 2014 and re-elected in 2018 and 2022. As a former Chief Financial Officer for the Peoria Unified School District, Finn was responsible for making sound fiscal policies that contributed to the district's success. He also brings over 20 years of additional leadership experience from his time with United Parcel Service and U.S. Airways. His family has lived in Peoria for more than 2 decades and enjoys engaging with the community.
Danette Dunn, who has lived in the Pine District since 2005, was elected by the voters during a special election held in August 2019 to serve on City Council. She was re-elected for a second 4-year term in January 2023 and was appointed to serve as Vice Mayor. Dunn is focused on transportation management and economic development growth for our city. She is the founder of an environmental consulting agency which connects businesses with environmental stewardship, awareness, and social responsibility. She also served in government relations for Republic Services.
Willow District Councilmember John Edwards was first elected in 2012 and re-elected in 2016 and 2020. He has since served the council in various roles, most recently being elected Mayor Pro Tempore in 2023. He has served as a program and project manager for a computer services company for nearly 30 years. Edwards serves on a number of boards and committees, including the Maricopa Association of Governments Transportation Policy Committee, the Valley Metro Board of Directors, and the National League of Cities Community and Economic Development Committee. In previous years, he was involved with organizations including Westmark and Homeless Youth Connection. His family has lived in Peoria since 2001, and he believes in open communication and engaging with residents to keep them involved in important city decisions. The City Council meeting will begin shortly. Thank you for watching.
Meet your Peoria Mayor and City Council.
Mayor Jason Beck was elected to a 4-year term in November 2022 and was sworn into office in January 2023. Mayor Beck is a Marine Corps veteran and is the founder and CEO of Tier Tactical, a Peoria-based business that provides body armor and tactical gear to military and first responders worldwide. His focus is on growing economic development citywide, strengthening public safety, and securing Peoria's water future and infrastructure. He is a husband and father to 6 boys.
Councilmember Bill Patena was first elected to the City Council to represent the Ironwood District in 2012 and was re-elected in 2016 and 2020. Councilmember Patena spent the last 18 years of his professional career with the City of Peoria as the Neighborhood Services Manager. In his ongoing service to the city, he maintains a strong interest in building and maintaining healthy neighborhoods and serves as the council liaison to the Veterans Memorial Board. The Patena family has lived in Arizona for over 30 years, with more than 20 of those in Peoria.
Mesquite District Councilmember Brad Schaefer was appointed to the City Council in April 2022 and was elected to the seat by the voters in November that same year. He previously served on the Peoria Planning and Zoning Commission and was the chair for both of the city's bond advisory and charter review committees. Schaefer is also a U.S. Air Force veteran. He has earned his Master's of Business Administration, a bachelor's degree in healthcare administration, and has over 25 years of experience in the healthcare industry. He and his family enjoy spending time at Lake Pleasant or hiking the beautiful trails of Peoria.
Jennifer Crawford was elected in November 2022 to serve the Acacia District. She has more than 30 years of business and marketing experience in the private sector. With an emphasis in sales and management, she has operated small businesses, a nonprofit organization, and is currently self-employed as a consultant. With Old Town Peoria within her district, she is passionate about the revitalization of downtown. Her family has lived in Peoria since 2004, with her children attending Zuni Hills Elementary School and graduating from Liberty and Sunrise Mountain High Schools.
Palo Verde Councilmember Michael Finn was elected to City Council in 2014 and re-elected in 2018 and 2022. As a former Chief Financial Officer for the Peoria Unified School District, Finn was responsible for making sound fiscal policies that contributed to the district's success. He also brings over 20 years of additional leadership experience from his time with United Parcel Service and U.S. Airways. His family has lived in Peoria for more than 2 decades and enjoys engaging with the community.
Danette Dunn, who has lived in the Pine District since 2005, was elected by the voters during a special election held in August 2019 to serve on City Council. She was re-elected for a second 4-year term in January 2023 and was appointed to serve as vice mayor. Dunn is focused on transportation management and economic development growth for our city. She is the founder of an environmental consulting agency which connects businesses with environmental stewardship, awareness, and social responsibility. She also served in government relations for Republic Services.
Willow District Councilmember John Edwards was first elected in 2012 and re-elected in 2016 and 2020. He has since served the council in various roles, most recently being elected Mayor Pro Tempore in 2023. He has served as a program and project manager for a computer services company for nearly 30 years. Edwards serves on a number of boards and committees, including the Maricopa Association of Governments Transportation Policy Committee, the Valley Metro Board of Directors, and the National League of Cities Community and Economic Development Committee. In previous years, he was involved with organizations including Westmark and Homeless Youth Connection. His family has lived in Peoria since 2001, and he believes in open communication and engaging with residents to keep them involved in important city decisions. The City Council meeting will begin shortly. Thank you for watching.
Council meeting. As a courtesy to others, please silence all phones. If you would like to address an issue that is on the agenda, or if you would like to speak to the council regarding a non-agenda item, please complete a speaker request form, which can be found in the front lobby of the Peoria City Council chambers or in the tray to the left of the speaker's podium. Please place the completed speaker request form in the second tray to the left of the speaker's podium labeled Request to Speak. All speakers will have 3 minutes to complete their comments. A countdown clock is easily visible on the left side of the wall behind the City Council dais. Only items listed on the agenda may be addressed by the Council. Since items presented as part of a speaker's request have not been listed on the agenda, and due to the requirements of open meeting laws, the Council will be unable to respond to items presented as part of the speaker's request. However, please be aware that your comments will be noted. The speaker's name will be called to speak at the appropriate time, in the order that the forms were received. Thank you for your interest and participation in the Peoria City Council meeting.
Good evening and welcome to Peoria City Council meeting. I hereby call this meeting of December 12th, 2023 to order. Please stand for the invocation of Pastor Stacy Wiley from Worship and Word, and please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Good evening. I give honor tonight to our esteemed city council, our mayor. Thank you so much for serving. Could you bow your heads and let's pray and ask the Lord to bless us tonight. Father, we come to you tonight on behalf of this municipality. I pray for your favor upon every one of us. I pray, Lord, that every decision that is made tonight, that God, that you would have influence upon this meeting. I pray that, Lord, that peace would reign in our city. I pray for our businesses, our government, our homes, our families, Lord, our schools. I ask that your hand be upon this city. Orchestrate, lead, and guide, and direct us, oh God, as we look to you during this holiday season. Bless us, Lord, as we acknowledge you tonight on this 12th of December, 2023, and we ask it in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
I pledge allegiance Thank you for that. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Beck,
Present?
Vice Mayor Dunn,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Edwards,
Here.
Councilmember Paterno,
Here.
Councilmember Finn,
Here.
Councilmember Crawford is absent today, Councilmember Schaefer,
Present.
Council Youth Liaison Srivastava.
Present.
Council Youth Liaison Wetstein is also absent. You have a quorum.
Thank you. If anyone would like to address the council about a matter, please submit a speaker request form, which can be found at the entrance of the room to the clerk at this time. The first item on the agenda is a presentation of certificates for newly appointed boards and commission members. For that, I will recognize the chair of the Boards and Commissions Subcommittee, Councilmember Paterno.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everybody. It's nice to see we got us a crowd tonight, so happy to see you all. Today, we're going to welcome 2 more members into our boards and commissions. Currently, the city has 21 boards and commissions, and we have over 100 people serving and volunteering for the city of Peoria. Without those volunteers, we couldn't do the things in the city that we do, so we appreciate everybody that volunteers their services to the city. So today I'm going to welcome 2 more people. On the Youth Advisory Board, we have Kellen Harris. And on the Planning and Zoning Commission, one that we as a council rely very heavily on their recommendations, Thomas Konkowski.
We will now move on to the consent agenda. All items listed on the consent agenda are routine in nature and will be enacted in one motion unless request for removal has been approved. At the request of council members, item 15C will be removed for separate discussion. Having approved no other requests, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Motion, Mayor.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Please vote. And it passes 6-0. Thank you. We will now move on to the regular agenda and introduce new business. I will recognize City Manager Mr. Henry Darwin to report item 15C.
Thank you, Mayor, and members of council. Peoria's employees, this is about workforce recognition. Peoria's employees are a dedicated group of professionals who serve Peoria's residents and business owners each day. The employees represented by AFSCME and the confidential employees across the system are some of the hardest working employees and have experienced increased workload due to higher employee turnover in the last year and a half. And I'll talk about that, the data behind that in just a second. The city has experienced retention challenges and would like to demonstrate a commitment and appreciation to this remaining group of employees by offering a one-time lump sum payment of 5%. I am asking Mayor and Council to approve a budget amendment from the General Fund Contingency Account to provide this lump sum payment and to show the city's support to these groups. And before I turn it back over to you, Mayor, I wanted to provide a little bit of data to support the high turnover and how and provide further justification for my request that we provide this one-time 5% lump sum payment to our AFSCME employees. Across the organization, AFSCME jobs currently have the highest turnover year to date at 13%, coupled with the highest turnover of the last fiscal year at 18%. Over the last 2 years, AFSCME employees received a total of 7% in cost of living adjustments, while non-represented employees received a 9% in COLA increases. Now, those are salary increases, whereas this would represent a one-time 5% payment. Lastly, AFSCME employees have the lowest average wage among all regular status employees, and the lump sum payment is one way of recognizing and reconciling these factors. With that, Mayor and Council, I ask for your approval of this recommendation.
Do I have any, there you go. Councilmember Schaefer.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Henry, for that presentation. This was great. I'm glad that we discussed this in the public because it is really important for us as a council to champion the attraction and retention of our top-level talent. So, Henry, Mayor, I support this, so thank you.
Any other council members? Questions, comments? All right. Do I have a motion to pass 15C?
So moved, Mayor.
Second.
Please vote. And it passes 6-0. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. The next item on the agenda is agenda item 25R, which is the modification of a designated assured water supply application to the Arizona Department of Water Resources. An active designation of assured water supply is necessary for Peoria to continue to grow. Staff have been working diligently to prepare this year's submission and preserve the public's trust in the city's water supply. David Burks, our Water Services Director, along with Brett Fleck, our Water Policy Advisor, and Jenna Norris, our Water Resources Policy Analyst, sorry, Jenna, will present the action needed from Council tonight to maintain the city's designation of a 100-year assured water supply. Thank you, David.
Thank you, Mr. Darwin. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to present to you this evening. In June, you approved the contract award to begin the Northern Wellfield and Booster Station project. The purpose of the project was to secure a redundant water supply for Northern Peoria. Tonight, we're here to talk about the City of Peoria's 100-year assured water supply designation renewal, which directly correlates to the Northern Wellfield project. Brett Fleck, our Water Resources Advisor, and Jenna Norris, our Water Resources Analyst, are here to walk you through the 100-year assured water supply application process. With no further ado, go ahead, Mr. Fleck.
Thank you, David. Mayor and Council, I was last in front of you in August for a water resources and water quality update. We talked about major news items, challenges, solutions, and choices this council will have to make over the coming years. Tonight, we're here to talk about perhaps the most important way that the city demonstrates its commitment to water security through long-range planning, investment, and overcoming any of those challenges. And that's known as our 100-year designation of assured water supply. As we approach the end of the current designation period, it's time to submit the application to update and extend it. My very capable colleague here, Ms. Jenna Norris, has led this project, so I'll hand it off to her to explain more.
Mayor and Council, thank you for having me. It's my first time in front of you tonight. And without further ado, let's talk about a designation of assured water supply and how it applies specifically to Peoria. So a designation of assured water supply is a rigorous regulatory framework that's administered by the Arizona Department of Water Resources, and it ensures that urban development has available supply that outweighs the demand of that development. It's a holistic look at the total demand and the total supply available to meet that demand. Specifically for Peoria and all other designated cities, we need to be able to demonstrate that when we forecast all of the growth within our water service area over the next 10 years, that the current and those future demands can be covered by primarily renewable supplies that will be available for at least the next 100 years. And so Peoria is in good shape to meet this requirement. You might all be familiar with this pie chart on your screen here. You've seen it before, I believe. It shows that we have a diverse water resources supply portfolio here at the city, and it has a lot of renewable supplies within it. So we have CAP water, SRP, and stored water throughout our city. So that covers from a high level what a designation is, but why we are in front of you tonight specifically is because as part of this upcoming designation application, we have to have a resolution from council in order for our city manager, Mr. Henry Darwin, to actually sign and submit the application. And so tonight I'm going to be briefing you on why this designation is so important to the city and give you a high-level look at what that upcoming submission will look like. So covering the what, the next really important question is why. So giving some history, this program was born out of the 1980 Groundwater Management Act. And that 1980 Groundwater Management Act was crafted in response to rapidly declining groundwater levels throughout the valley. At the time, it was largely due to overmining of groundwater from agricultural demands. And this was causing land subsidence as well as other concerns. And so the Assured Water Supply Program was crafted as a way to prevent urban growth on more groundwater and further exacerbate this issue, and instead require that urban growth be reliant on renewable supply, or if it were to be reliant on groundwater, that groundwater be replenished with a renewable supply. So try to bring more balance and have those groundwater levels rise. So this program functionally has meant that the most populous areas of the state have had the most robust water resource planning requirements really of all of our western neighbors throughout the western states. And for the past 40 years, it's provided pretty unparalleled consumer protection for not only residents of City of Peoria, but also businesses, and continues to promote long-term supply planning. So in fact, the program is so important to City of Peoria that it was included in our Principles of Sound Water Management, and it's required that we maintain this designation as part of that document. And so Peoria residents can be certain that the city is constantly projecting and planning and most importantly investing to be sure that we can continue to maintain this designation. So it's a hefty submission, hundreds of pages, and as part of that, you have to prove that you can demonstrate compliance with these 7 key components. They're all on your screen, but I'm really just going to talk you through those top 3, as those are the 3 that are the most robust and scrutinized by the state. So you need to show that you have the physical, legal, and continuous availability of this supply portfolio. So physical availability is exactly as it sounds. You have to show that that supply is physically accessible to you for the next 100 years at least. Legal, again, it's pretty straightforward as it sounds, that you have a legal right to the water that you're including in this submission. And then finally, continuous means that the volume you include needs to be available in that amount continuously over the 100 years. So now that you all have a decent picture, hopefully, of what a designation is and why it matters, it's important to know that this is certainly not Peoria's first time undergoing this process. We have a long history with our designations, and Brett is going to walk you through where we were prior and where we're going.
So as Jenna said before, the 1980 Groundwater Management Act laid the foundation for the water laws that we built our city and really central Arizona on. The Assured Water Supply is a cornerstone of the 1980 Groundwater Management Act. After an initial period, Peoria applied to modify and extend its initial designation in 1997, that's that first block at the top, that designated the city as having an assured water supply for 100 years or through 2097. A common misperception of the 100-year Assured Water Supply Program is that things fall apart in year 101. But in fact, the program requires continual modification and reproving at defined intervals so that changes to supply and demand are taken into account, providing enough reaction time to address any challenges that might be far out on the horizon. Peoria's current designation was awarded in 2010, shifting that 100-year window forward. The key takeaway of this slide, of course, repeated 3 times, is the planning period is always 100 years. We are now preparing to submit the application that will extend our designation through 2125. So now I'll pass it back to Jenna to talk about how the balance of supply and demand looks for this application that we plan on submitting by the year end.
Okay, so demand. There's a few key points when thinking about the demand component of the application. The first is that the growth planning period is for 10 years. For this submission, it will be from 2025 to 2035. And the forecasting for that period is based off of year-over-year growth uses from the Integrated Water Resources Master Plan data update, also called the IWAMP often. The second thing you might notice is that the demand for SRP and the demand off project or non-SRP has to be divvied up. And the reason for this is because SRP water is only legally able to be used on SRP lands. And so for this submission, you have to ensure that that supply meets that demand. So although Peoria's demand in 2035 might not exactly mirror these 2 bold figures that you see on your screen, it's important that we're planning and prepared for future growth. And these estimates are certainly realistic, but also conservative enough to allow. With that being said, the 2 numbers to key in on here is that in 2035, we're projecting that SRP demand will be about 12,000 acre-feet or 3.9 billion gallons, and that off-project demand in 2035 will be about 44,000 acre-feet or about 14 billion gallons. So I hope that maybe what you've begun to take from this presentation is that if you were to really boil a designation down in its essence, it's a math equation, a simple one. It's that you need to make sure that your supply outweighs your demand. And so this table here in front of you shows what our supply is, and it carries over those numbers that we just saw on the last slide. And so you'll see the SRP supply is about 15,000, a little bit more than that. And again, the SRP demand projected for 2035 is about 12,000. So that's good news. There's more SRP supply than there is projected demand. Moving down in the table, you'll see the CAP supply, our reclaimed supply, long-term storage credits, and a little bit of groundwater, all components of that pie chart that you saw on the first slide. Adding all of those up, it's about 46,000 acre-feet of supply. And again, good news, the 2035 projected demand is about 43,000. Of course, that's not by happenstance, that's because we've been planning and preparing. So we are prepared to successfully apply for a modification of designation. We believe we can demonstrate that we have the physical, legal, and continuous availability of renewable supplies for at least 100 years to meet the city's demands in 2035. And so as we come to the end of this presentation, I'm going to give it back over to Brett to close us out and talk about what this means for Peoria now and also looking forward.
As Jenna has shown today, Peoria is in good shape for our next 10-year designation period, and maybe beyond. One of our most important duties in water resources is to ensure the city is prepared for the application after that, and frankly, the one after that. So we're always looking out until, in this case, 2035. There are a number of items that are on our radar, of course, Colorado River issues that you read about in the news, growth in water demand as our city continues to grow and mature, and developing and securing new supplies such as reclaimed water or perhaps from an expanded Bartlett Dam, for example. We've already begun making the necessary investments to be prepared for the next designation period, but more will be required over the decade. It's important to remember that the demand and the supply figures that Jenna showed earlier are not fixed, and they can be changed with policies and investments in things like water conservation, resources, and infrastructure. Given how long it takes for these things to come to fruition, we're often making decisions 10, 15, 20 years in advance of when they're actually needed. So as long as we keep planning as far as ahead as we have been and investing when necessary, Peoria's water supply will remain secure. So with that, I'll pivot back to the primary reason that we're here today. As Jenna said up front, state regulation requires that the City Council pass a resolution authorizing the city manager to sign and submit the application by the end of this month. The proposed resolution is the culmination of all of the planning and investment that this and past councils have made to prepare us for what we believe will be a successful application to maintain Peoria's 100-year designation of assured water supply. With that, we'll take any questions.
Any questions from council? Councilor Patena?
Thank you, Mayor. I was at a Lions Club meeting today, and I'm not trying to throw a curveball to you guys, but I was at a Lions Club meeting today, and there was a gentleman there that was very factual. A lot of information about water. He said in order to have access to the water for the city for 10 years, you have to drill down 50 feet to get to groundwater. He said in order to provide water for the next 100 years, you have to drill down 1,500 feet. Is that even factual, or is that something you know about? And if you don't, I'm okay with that.
Mayor and Council, Councilmember Patena, I can speak to that a little bit. So in the city of Peoria, unless you're right along the Agua Fria riverbed, there's not really anywhere in the city where the water is 50 feet below our feet. It's much deeper. I think our average well depth is over 300 feet as far as where the water sits if you drill a well. For city production wells, we are routinely drilling to 1,000 or more feet to ensure that we can access water over time. So there's quite a bit of groundwater accessible to the city between the average depth in the 300 feet range down to over 1,000 feet. So there is a correlation certainly between how deep you drill and you know, where the water level is at and how much you've taken out. But from drawing a straight line between 50 feet to 1,000 feet over 100 years, for example, I think is maybe an oversimplification.
He might have been trying to put a straw in the Agua Fria.
That would be a good place if you want to go to 50 feet. I'm not a hydrologist, for the record.
Yeah.
Sure, you're welcome.
Any other questions from council? Nope. All right. Do I have a motion to pass 25R?
So moved, Mayor.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Please vote. And it passes 6-0. Thank you.
Thank you for your support.
Appreciate it. Great
Thank you.
presentation, sir.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. The next item on the agenda is 26R, covering the sale of property at 15815 North 83rd Avenue. One of the goals of Mayor and Council is economic development and the attraction of business in the city, which creates jobs. Jennifer Stein, our Economic Development Director, will present the sale of a city-owned property for Council's approval in the interest of achieving this goal. Take it away, Jen.
Thank you, Mr. Darwin. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm here to present item 26R, the sale of the property, of which you may have recognized as the former Country Diesel restaurant, which is located on the southwest corner of 83rd Avenue and Mariners Way. We purchased this building for economic development purposes in 2016. The city has been in discussions with our development partner, Dromedary, with Garrett Neefer, and Garrett is actually in the audience. I'm going to just have him wave. And we've been in discussions with him since the RFP process, which was to support increasing our office inventory. And so at this particular location, we're looking at a minimum of 20,000 to 30,000 square feet of office space. It will accommodate multi-tenant and different needs. What we're seeing post-pandemic is not necessarily the large demand for bigger office space, but we're receiving a lot of demand for space between 2,000 to 10,000 square feet. And we have such a high occupancy rate, there is a demand for new product. And so this office product would really help accommodate these needs. It also, in addition, will provide job creation and attraction, and it will enhance the corner at 83rd Avenue and Mariners Way. Another really valid or important point is that it is a liability right now. We have seen some issues around it. Has been vacant since 2016 for 8 years. And so we will be removing a dead asset. And then, of course, the project will ultimately generate construction tax, property tax, state shared revenue, and ancillary sales tax through the economic impact of the area. Just to recap some of the background, we did acquire this particular property in 2016 for commercial office opportunities. In October 4th of 2021, we issued a broad RFP request for proposals of redevelopment on city-owned parcels in the P83 district. And in January 26, 2023, we completed an appraisal and began negotiations with Garrett. So tonight, I'm seeking and requesting council action for the sale and disposition of land located at 15814 North 83rd Avenue. The total sale price is $980,000. This is based on an appraised value. The escrow will be opened within 30 days from a fully executed development agreement and real estate purchase agreement. The development agreement does outline milestones that the developer will fulfill, and if it's not fulfilled, there is a trigger that would result in a reversion clause that allows the city to buy the property back at the sale price. So thank you so much. I'm happy to answer any questions.
I'll ask a question. What was the original purchase price that the city purchased it from in 2016?
Sure. Mayor, the price in 2016 was $2.6 million. Okay. It was appraised at 2.5.
Okay. Councilor Schaefer?
No, thank you, Mayor, for asking that question. That was my question, is what was the original sales price? So it was 2.65 or 2.65 8 years ago, and we're selling it today for $980,000.
Correct. Mayor, Councilmember Schaefer, it was $2.6 million. So we are evaluating, it was a different market, different time. So we're looking at today in terms of evaluating and making this recommendation of how we can maximize the value of this particular use and working with a really high quality developer to deliver a product we need, this office product. And we looked at removing a dead asset that's not performing and is really considered a liability in our asset portfolio.
Completely understand, different market, different times. One last question, Ms. Stein. We're a couple years away from the Stadium Point development, which is right across the street. So I'm assuming if we've been holding on to it for 8 years, there's going to be a different market and a different value on this property in 2 to 3 years if we're willing to hold on to this dead asset and sell it for a higher price. Is that a safe statement?
Councilmember Schaefer, it's hard to speculate or anticipate the market and economic conditions in a few years and how the timing of Stadium Point would interact with this particular project. So we're just evaluating it at the current time of the boutique or office product that we're seeking to enhance that area today and satisfy the needs of the inventory. But thank you.
Councilor Finn?
Yeah, just one quick question on here. 8 years, it's a long time for a building to sit vacant. Can you kind of help us a little bit with any activity at all over the 8 years? Any interest that happened? Any different things?
Mayor, Councilmember Finn, thank you. There has been activity throughout the years. We walked through a number of people and developers and prospects and proposals, and we were really just looking for an opportunity to create that density and keep it in the aligned with our economic strategy of office and job creation. And so we were looking for the right partner at the right time and always evaluate best and highest use.
Thank you.
Councilor Dunn?
Can you, I don't know if I missed it or not, let me know who the partner is and the person or the company purchasing this?
Thank you. Mayor, Vice Mayor Dunn. Garrett Nefer, and he is a developer with Drum Dairy, and he's working with Colliers in terms of the brokerage side of the house, and he has experience and probably can ask additional questions, but he has experience, seasoned developer in the area, has worked on numerous projects, very successful projects in the Valley.
So do we have an idea what's going to be going in there?
Vice Mayor Dunn, that's a good question as well. We're looking at medical office to financial services to legal firms. We've had really great success in terms of prospecting potential tenants. We've had a lot of interest. I actually am concerned we don't have enough space there because there's so much demand right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do I have a motion to pass 26R?
Move to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Please vote. And it passes 4-2. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. The next item on the agenda, 27R, is for the purchase approval of the Bell Textron Bell 505 helicopter. As the city continues to grow, additional resources are needed in the public safety area to better serve the citizens and improve response times for both the police department and the fire and medical department. Thanks to funding provided from the state of Arizona, we are able to add an important resource to the city's arsenal of public safety tools. Deputy City Manager Travis Cutright will present the purchase of a helicopter for your approval. Joining Travis are Jeff Wajner from C.E. Wilson Consulting and Rudy Barrias from Aviation Consulting Services, who assisted the city with this landmark acquisition. Travis.
Thank you, City Manager Darwin. Good evening, Mayor, Council. This is an exciting day for public safety, and another step toward keeping the men and women of the police, the Peoria Police Department, and the men and women of the Peoria Fire and Medical safe, as well as the citizens of our community that we're here to serve. So we're going to talk about the aviation program because this is the aviation unit. So this is not simply a purchase of a helicopter, but a well thought out program. And I'd like for Rudy to introduce his background. He's a subject matter expert that we've been leaning on, and then Jeff can introduce himself also and his background, if you don't mind.
Yes, good evening, everyone. My name is Rudy Barrias. I'm a commercial pilot, rotorcraft pilot. I've been assistant watch commander at the Los Angeles Police Department for 12 years. In the aviation unit, I'm a 27-year veteran of the Los Angeles Police Department. I have 5,000 hours in my position and a flight time, which qualifies me as a master pilot. And I have assisted in the purchase of helicopters for the city of Los Angeles, and I have done training for the city of Los Angeles, Columbia National Police Department, and Connecticut State Troopers and various other organizations.
Thank you, Rudy.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Weiner, and I am a project manager, as City Manager Darwin mentioned, with C.E. Wilson Consulting. I have been managing projects in the public safety sector now for the past 4.5 years, mostly with the Mesa Police Department, now proudly serving the Peoria Police Department on this aviation unit, implementing this aviation unit.
I just want to take that moment because it's important to understand the resources that's kind of gone into getting us to this point where we're at today. And so, as I mentioned, we're here to talk about, one, the purchase of a helicopter, but more importantly, the establishment of an aviation unit. And so, as you can see here, this aviation unit is going to be deployed in several phases. The first phase is the planned delivery of this Bell 505 helicopter, should Mayor and Council approve this evening. We've, during the last council meeting, approved the hangar that will not only house this helicopter, but have office space for staff and other uses. So in phase one, we're looking to have the aviation unit staffed 40 hours a week with about 5 to 10 hours of flight time as we stand this unit up. And so the missions in phase one will be one, preservation of life, and that's consistent across all phases, and the the reason for the establishment of this unit. So aerial reconnaissance, assisted ground unit, and search and recovery would be phase one. And so then we ramp up to phase two, again, staff 40 hours. And so we would ramp up our flight hours to 10 to 20 hours per week, and then and add additional missions such as directed air support, high-profile events, SWAT assistance, missing residents, pursuits if necessary, and firefighting. And then phase three, we ramp up again to 20-hour flight hours, or 20 flight hours, I'm sorry, and add search and rescue. So phase one is search and recovery. So we direct fire up to the person that we would be that's in need, and so they'd be on foot going up and doing what they need to do and do the recovery, and so search and rescue. That's when we're more advanced in the deployment, and we'll be doing possibly skid rescues. I'm looking over at the chief, and he'll chime in here as needed. So we'll be doing single skid extractions, phase three. And so then we're going to be fully operational at that point, and again, staff 40 hours and looking at 20 flight hours and running all missions. So when we started this journey, the plan was to contract a pilot, and then we discovered that we have Sergeant Wolf sitting back here that was an Army pilot, and he graciously has agreed to help us get this unit off the ground. Yeah. Yes, no pun. Thank you, Henry. Maybe I'll go on to stand up. So, and then we looked at a contract mechanic, and we discovered that we have Officer Burrow, who was with NYPD, and he was the chief mechanic for NYPD for their air unit, and we're blessed to have them on staff right now. We also discovered that our fire is already trained on air rescue technicians, ART. You want to talk a little bit about what that is?
Sure. We've had technical rescue technicians in the city for over 30 years, and part of the initial training for TRT members is helicopter operations. So we've been operating off helicopters for quite some time. We do have air rescue technicians ready to go to train on this helicopter, and I think it'll go pretty quick to get up to speed. We're really looking forward to this opportunity. I'm real excited about it.
And Chief Intrieri, you know, talk about your experience at Mesa, and you can speak to the TFOs, the Tactical Flight Officer, and you had some creative ideas on how to approach the TFOs.
Sure. Mayor Beck, members of the council, good evening. As you know, 28 days ago, I was sworn in here, so I am somewhat new, and I appreciate the opportunity. My time with the Mesa Police Department was a little over 28 years. I started in 1995. During my entire employment with the city of Mesa, there was an active air unit. In 94, Mesa PD employed 2 helicopters, and then about 10 years later added a third. So I've had the opportunity to experience the value and benefit of having that type of support for police operations specifically. And one of the probably most glaring benefits that I've experienced personally was the resource being of value to the preservation of life. And I say that from the standpoint of we are asked to protect and serve, and that's exactly what that air unit was enabled us to do on countless occasions where we would have missing members of the community, whether it be aging or elderly members with dementia, afflicted with directional travel on foot. The air unit was able to successfully locate them at times when our search yielded no results, our exhaustive search yielded no results, only to find that they were slightly off the path of our grid, and were identified and located because of some of the equipment that this helicopter will be outfitted with, being able to pick up heat signals, et cetera. In addition to that, when we talk about preservation of life, I noticed on the slide it talked about vehicle pursuits. So we do not get involved in vehicle pursuits very often. It's a very rare occasion. But at the Mesa Police Department, the pursuit policy is very restrictive, and it should be because of the risk that is inherent to people traveling on the roadway. When vehicles are fleeing and are traveling at high rates of speed, and it's unpredictable in terms of their behaviors of the drivers, officers can back off and let the air unit up in the sky direct units on the ground from afar, and do so in a safer manner, so to ensure that there's less of a risk to the public at large. In regards to the tactical flight officers, it's important that we have officers sitting aside the pilots that are familiar with the streets and the roadways. In doing so, my suggestion would be for us to have a very fluid model which allows for us to have part-time TFOs, if you will, that enables us to almost force multiply the effectiveness of having members of our department work a primary responsibility, whether it be investigations, patrol, function, training, et cetera, and then being able to work one shift or two shifts on a week or 2 weeks to help offset the need and support the air unit's mission overall in terms of assisting both fire and PD.
Thank you, Chief. And so we as you look at the staffing, as we move toward fully operational, we would, in phase 2, add an additional pilot, and then in phase 3, we would add a third pilot. And so the idea is to have 3 pilots by the time we're fully operational. The TFOs are +2s, but with Chief's idea, those are not necessarily net new bodies. It's training officers that we have today. And so, so in this model, we've got 2 net new FTEs. We have a pilot here, and we're looking at training or onboarding, probably onboarding 2 additional pilots by the time we get to fiscal year 27, 28. So this is the item that's before you today, Council, and if you'll recall, during the budget process, the mayor was able to secure $17.6 million in state funding, $3.5 million of which is earmarked for the helicopter. So it's a state funding. As you can see, this helicopter, fully equipped, is $3.34 million approximately. This helicopter, the Bell 505, we put out an RFP. We had 4 responses. This one fit our mission the best. This was the one that would be up in the air the longest. The others were about 2 hours mission time. This is 4 hours because of the size of the fuel tank. It's equipped with, will be equipped with a cargo hook, Bambi bucket, so that we can do water drops in rough terrain, you know, up in areas that our first responders can't necessarily get to easily. And Gary, I don't know if you want to talk to that also.
For the rescues up north?
Well, the firefighting.
Oh, wildland firefighting. Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. We do have those around here every now and again. Over the years, we've had some quite large fires in North Peoria up by the lake and stuff like that. So this unit would provide some bucket drops and stop the forward progress of the fire. And some people think that puts the fire out, and it really does. It just slows the fire down for us a little bit so we can get boots on the ground around to kind of catch the edge of that fire so it doesn't continue down the road and stuff. So it buys us some time on the ground, and then it's also used for aerial recon so we can get a trained firefighter, subject matter expert in the helicopter with eyes on the fire to tell us where it's going, if there's any structures ahead of the fire that are threatened, or any valuable resources, could be power lines, could be well sites, whatever it is. But that allows us to get up and then send that back to the command, and they can send resources to protect that stuff. So used extensively in wildland firefighting, especially on the bigger fires, for sure.
Thank you, Chief. So this is a 5-passenger aircraft. I won't hit on all these safety features, but this FADIC, as Rudy can explain to you, this is a piece of equipment that some of the other aircraft weren't equipped with, and this prevents over-torquing of the engine, which would cause engine failure. And it's equipped with autopilot, and then we've got our mission equipment, so the searchlight, cameras, and Rudy will tell you that these are high-definition cameras, the newer technology that can identify tattoos, down to tattoos on subjects on the ground, and so this helicopter is going to also have a downlink that's going to feed back to the real-time crime center. So this is an integrated asset to the other assets that we're bringing online here at the City of Peoria. So this is a hangar that was approved. As you can see, the top floor will be office space for some police staff for 2 to 3 years. The lower floor will be a mechanic and parts, and then we've got an office for fire, and we've got a pilot's office and then a lobby. So in the middle is just equipment that we'll need to equip the hangar with. Had some questions about the operating cost, and so clearly when you invest in a tool like this, it comes with operating costs, and so phase one, the consumables and parts, because we're ramping up, will be around estimated at $250,000. Hangar fees, $99,000 a year, and I put discounts available. What we have the option of doing here, because of the way we negotiated the lease, is to pay in advance, and if we pay a year or two in advance, we can get up to 7% discount off the lease rate. And so because the helicopter is coming in below the $3.5 million, the delta of that we're gonna put toward hangar fees. So we need liability insurance. Fuel cost is estimated at $58,000 a year. Phase two, the fuel cost increase because the missions will increase and the flight times will increase, and so operating cost for phase one is around $447,000, and it moves up to around $500,000 phase two, and that's because of the parts. You wonder why phase three is lower than phase two, is because the consumables are going down because we've established inventory. With that, we're open to questions that you might have.
Councilor Finn.
First in line. I was quick with that button, wasn't I? Nice. I have a number of questions, so I apologize in advance. First of all, I want to reiterate, this is being paid for by a grant from the state. We're not paying for this helicopter. I'll start with that and just maybe reiterate that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I have a lot of questions, but let me just start with the one that I think is probably on most people's mind, which is really, why don't we just continue to call out MCSO or whoever it is to come out and support us? Do we really have that much crime and that many different things that we need to get this aircraft up in the air to support the city? Because I think that's really kind of the question that's on people's minds. I'm just going to start with that bomb to ask.
Great question, Mayor Beck, Councilmember Finn, and so I'll kick it off and then I'll hand it off. But one thing to understand is MCSO, DPS, and the City of Phoenix, they have their own priorities. And so if we call them, there's no guarantee. And it's a crapshoot, actually, whether or not they can respond to us, because their first priority is taking care of their city, their other calls that are priorities for them. And so the city of Peoria is lower down on that. And so the response time is very delayed, or maybe there's no response time. And I'll kick it over to the police chief here, and he can respond also.
Sure. So, Mayor, Councilmember Finn, crime picture is relatively low in regards to, in respect to some of the other entities that we're surrounded by, no doubt. But again, I wouldn't look at this as simply a resource for crime fighting. Certainly has its advantages and benefits when it's up in the air and there are situations that have come about. But for me, primarily, as you know, as I've stated before, it's a preservation of life tool. There are many situations that we are involved in that are not crime-driven. Specifically, when we talk about missing persons, when we talk about vehicle collisions, which we do have fairly regularly. When we have a major intersection involved motor vehicle collision, there's a lot of resources that go into responding to that and to ensuring that there aren't additional collisions resulting due to the conflict and the traffic flow, et cetera. The air unit will be able to assist with that. In support of fire operations, when, say, for example, we have a structure fire or the fire department's responding to a scene, the air unit will be able to guide police units in to assist fire with ensuring that the fire apparatus is not being compromised by cross traffic, cross flow, et cetera. But then on the bigger scale of things, as we progress and start moving forward, we have, in regards to crime, we have those types of incidents that do occur. And, you know, within our profession, we say crime knows no boundaries. So there can be an incident that occurs in one city and moves into ours or vice versa. And this will enable us to have a very timely response to dealing with that while coordinating with our regional partners.
I'd like to also add, as we were, as project manager, Warner will tell you, as we were researching, we asked the question to Mesa, you know, what was the value of their air unit, and one of the first things they said was, we're a city that's 144 square miles, and to traverse 144 square miles, you can't do that quickly. And so to that, I would say the city of Peoria is 187 square miles, and you can't traverse 187 square miles quickly, and if something's going on in the mountains, on the trail, behind the mountains, we're not going to be able to respond that quickly, and to think that Maricopa County is hanging out waiting for us to call, they're not. You know, they've got other things going on. The city of Phoenix has other things going on, so we may or may not have air support. So when's the right time to start a unit like this? You know, we don't have an asset in the West Valley. We don't, there's no aviation unit in the West Valley. And so there are a lot of agencies that are hoping that we can pull this off because they want to do IGAs. With just today, we had a conversation with the city of Glendale wanting us to, should this be approved tonight, provide air support for their major events. So that's one IGA, right? And spoke to Buckeye. They're interested. City of Avondale, those IGAs help offset the operating cost for this unit as well, and so I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, that's fair, and I appreciate that. I especially appreciate kind of explaining how it helps outside of police work, right? That there are many things that we could use that for. I think there is a notion out there, I don't know if it's correct or not, I'm going to ask the question, that when we call MCSO or we call another city and they come out and they support us in that air operation, that's free to us. Is that accurate?
We're not being billed for any support from any of the agencies that respond to us. However, and Chief mentioned in talking to his staff that a lot of times the staff has just stopped calling because of the delay in getting somebody to respond or not having a response. So a lot of times they don't call for air support, which puts an officer at risk and it puts a firefighter at risk.
Another good segue to a point that I wanted to make, or at least make the statement. I couldn't possibly put a price on our officer safety, our fire department, members of those departments, their safety. So I never want this to come across as I'm putting a price on it, because I don't think I ever possibly could do that. So I want to be really clear about that one. A couple of other questions, if Mayor Beck will allow me to continue. I'm on a roll.
You're already
Yeah, I know. So Sergeant Wolf, first of all, thank you for your service, sir, with the Army. Appreciate that. But you do look human to me, which means that he cannot be available to fly all the time. So I'm curious how it works. I also don't think you want to be on call 24/7, 365, right? I would think. So I'm assuming that if he is not available to come out and respond, it's just business as usual, and we would call MCSO. Really nothing would change at that particular point if he is not available. Is there an anticipated, if he is available, is there an anticipated timeline that he would be able to get into the helicopter and get it in the air? Is there sort of a standard anywhere on that?
So my response to that, and then I'll hand it over to Chief Entry Area, is the hangar is staffed. That's why we took down that hangar, is because it has office space there. And so our pilot, whether it's Sergeant Wolf or another pilot, will be there at the hangar. And so to the extent that we need to launch, they're available to launch. And that's the other great thing about this Bell is you don't need to warm up the engines. You just turn the key and go, right? Yeah.
Okay. Maybe one other one, but who makes the authorization for this to go up? Is that going to be a police department thing? Who's the decision maker on when this thing can get in the air and why it gets in the air?
Mayor,
these two guys.
Councilmember Finn, from an operations standpoint, that is going to be a directive given on behalf of myself and the police department for police operations to the staff that are manned with managing the resource. So the 40 hours that we've selected throughout the work week for them to be operational, that's exactly what it is. It's for them to be operational, and then they're going to have to determine whether or not they go up on a certain call based on the needs, the prerequisites that we establish for the sergeants and the lieutenants that are on the street based on a needs basis, based on a risk assessment to life, property, et cetera. So that's something that will be worked into their SOPs so they understand what their protocols are moving forward. And the 40 hours we identify for operations will be based on data in terms of the call volume, the anticipated types of calls for service that are going to be occurring throughout the 168 hours of each week. We'll identify what 40 hours are for us to be most impactful for deployment.
Yeah, Chief Bernard, you've got some thoughts on if it's needed for fire operations, then maybe you can talk to your vision there.
Yep. Thank you, Mayor, Councilmember Finn. We're still working those things out as part of the process for the first year, second year as we get fully operational. But I would envision it as a battalion chief on scene of a bigger call. We have radio communications with Peoria PD rating the rig, and if they needed that asset, they would call and have it dispatched from them. But those are things we're still working out. Okay.
All right, I think I have one final question, and this is probably for this gentleman here. Do helicopters go through the A, B, C, D checks like commercial aircraft go?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we'll probably, what is the flight time to get to a D check, block, or flight hours?
For me?
Well, no, there should be a standard amount of flight hours before, when it goes into an A check, a B check, a C check, and a D check.
Yeah, so as far as you're asking it from when I jump into the aircraft and I start it?
No, maintenance standpoint.
Oh, the maintenance, so every, Edgar, Edgar would be the best person to answer that?
All right.
Come on. You volunteered.
think he technically got voluntold, but.
So, good evening. My name is Officer Edgar Burrows. As the gentleman mentioned, I am retired. I'm a retired sergeant from the NYPD Aviation Unit, and I've been a mechanic for over 20 years. So to answer your question, each helicopter, each manufacturer has their own inspection criteria.
Okay.
On this one particular, a D-check would be at 3,000 hours. So that's
So-
major. That's like your major inspection.
Yep, tear it all down. So that's like, we're about 4 years from
4
probably a
years out.
D-check, if I did my math correctly. Okay, and then where does, this might be for you, where would recurrent training in a sim take place? I'm going to get the whole crowd up here. Everybody's coming up.
Get the assistant fire chiefs up also if you'd like that.
Bring them up.
So the initial training would take place at Bell. Bell does a 4-hour transition course. We would send pilots to that every 2 years to go to that for recurrence. And then for onboard or for the daily operations, every 3 months, each pilot would go through a check ride for proficiency and consistency.
Now I'm curious, who does the check ride?
We're still working that part of it out. There's potential to have a CFI or send somebody to CFI training. We can also contract for CFI.
Certified, it's CFI, Certified Flight Instructor.
Just watching the whispering, it's killing me.
The CFI is the certified flight instructor.
Okay,
So
okay.
we would either, we have some resources. Bell actually has a certified, Bell training facility is in Scottsdale for this helicopter. Or we could train a CFI in-house. And then once we had our own, some of the training could be done by a PIC or a pilot commander IP, depending on what we're doing, whether that's pilot training or TFO training. So there would be some emergency operations training for the TFOs as well.
Okay, and obviously all of those checks are all built into the cost estimates for the maintenance?
Yeah, so
correct?
that would be
Okay.
just built into what the DCM gave you as far as the hourly cost. It's just cost of the
I got you.
aircraft, your hourly operating cost.
Okay, he's got another secret.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Councilman Finn, as far as like the check rides and the EFT and that training, that could be a work day as well. So it would be during the course of the workday, go up, fire up the aircraft, do your EFT, do your check ride for about an hour, come back, and then it'll be you'll check that box for that 3 months, and then you'll move on to your workday. It doesn't have to be contracted out. If the city of Peoria has an IP pilot, an instructor pilot that's certified, certified flight instructor in rotorcraft, that will be done that way. So you're saving money in that sense. You're doing it in-house.
Okay. Okay, I appreciate all of the answers. Both officers, I appreciate you stepping up and helping prop this up as well. So this is kind of new for us, and it's a lot of ongoing costs, so new and kind of expensive. I just wanted to kind of pressure test it a little bit and make sure that we're thinking all the way through it. And I really don't know anything about helicopters, to be quite honest with you. Got a little aviation background, but I just want to make sure that we're really thinking through this before we take this on. So I appreciate your candid answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Finn, and that's why we onboarded a professional project manager to help guide us through this, and also onboard a subject matter expert in Rudy.
Councilor Schaefer.
Thank you, Mayor. Great thing about my colleague asking a lot of questions, I'm over here crossing mine off, so thank you, Councilman Finn. Councilman Finn finished up with operational costs. Travis, can you go back a slide or two to budget? I had one question on that. So I see the budget, but phase 1, phase 2 through fully operational, I don't see like FTEs. So I don't feel like this is all in budget. Is that correct, Travis?
So the staff, you saw our pilot.
Yes, sir.
Here. So the idea is to leverage as much staff that we have on board today and through training as possible. Fully operational, we're looking at net new 2 FTEs, and that would be 2 additional pilots. Now, it's possible that we could identify others within the police or fire department that have flown. I know there's an email that went out within the police department trying to see what other skill sets we have available. So that was not left off because we were trying to hide the cost. It was not included because we have staff on board right now that can fill those gaps.
No, and thank you for clarifying it. I guess when I look at operational costs at 447 Phase 1 and then 498 Phase 2 and then obviously out, to me, I don't see a full operational cost. And to Councilman Finn's point, yes, it is paid through for a budget or through the funding, the grant funding, but I see operational costs and I'd like to see the full numbers because I feel like we're looking at additional FTEs through Phase 2, Phase 3, and fully operational. Is that a safe assessment?
Net 1 in Phase 2 and net 1 in Phase 3, yes.
And that includes maintenance and any other staff or
Correct.
crew or anything?
The beauty of the hangar that we leased 2 doors down from our hangar is a certified Bell maintenance shop. And so they, when we went over and visited, was it last week, Chief, they said they could roll their toolbox over to us and do maintenance on the aircraft if we chose to go that route.
And additional questions here. Is there training costs as we expand the operations of the air unit through Phase 2, Phase 3, and fully operational? Is there additional training costs? And then on top of that, is there additional capital costs? Like, is there additional cameras, communications, lights, anything like that?
So the training cost was on that gray bar on the bottom, and I replaced it to sum up all the costs. So if you look at the cost, the costs above them don't add up to that number because the training cost was in the last box. I included the training cost in the number on the bottom.
Okay. The total operating cost is included in
training.
Training
Yes.
includes that in the different phases. What about capital equipment going forward as we expand operations over the different phases?
Excuse me, what's the?
Yeah, so we talked about if one of the first slides, it said that the missions of the different phases for the air unit. Keep going back, Travis. Right there, at the very bottom, it has missions, right? Mm-hmm. And so my question is, as we expand missions through the phases, is there additional capital or is there additional equipment needed for the air unit to be able to do the missions for rescues or anything like that?
So the answer to that, Councilmember Schaefer, is no. The actual cost of this particular helicopter is $1.5 million, and the delta of that would be the mission equipment. And so, so this equipment that's called out here is the equipment that we need fully deployed.
Okay. So you're saying that the 3.3, when you define fully equipped, that means that we can run missions tomorrow to
Yes.
10 years from now, and as we expand those missions and everything,
Well,
right?
technology changes, so when you start talking 10 years from now, we're not going to be running these same computers 10 years from now, or you may not be driving your same vehicle, right?
Yep. So there's an opportunity for additional capital costs down the road. Oh, Chief, sorry.
Yeah. Mayor Beck, Councilmember Schaefer. This equipment that it's been outfitted with and is inclusive within the purchase price is the state of the art right now. There will be no expiration of this equipment within the first 5 to 10 years. Potentially down the road as the aviation unit expands, we will obviously look to improve upon the equipment that we have outfitted. And that will obviously be something that we'll then bring to the council at that point, moving forward, as we would expect to, so.
Great.
But,
Thank you
but
for-
it's got a significant life expectancy.
Great. Thank you, Chief. So it sounds like capital cost is kind of baked in for 5 years.
Correct.
It's the operational cost going forward, and if we go back to the budget slide, that operational cost is still an unknown because there's the staffing component and everything that's missing, right?
Right, so you would add additional staffing
Okay.
onto this.
And
Ma'am, if I may, I would not characterize it as the staffing costs, the costs are unknown. If you'd like us to provide you with the estimates for the additional staffing costs for those 2 additional FTE, we can provide them, but I wouldn't characterize it as they're unknown.
No, no, totally agree. I'm saying it's unknown on the screen that I'm looking at right now. So
Not
if the
presented on
number
the
is
screen.
200, 300,000, then I could do the math and say the annual operational cost is 300,000 or 800,000 or whatever. That's the unknown on the screen. So, just two more questions real quick. How many times, over the last 12 months, how many times did we use Phoenix and Sheriff to respond to Peoria with their air units?
Mayor Beck, Councilmember Schaefer, that is somewhat of an anomaly, that number, simply because much of the feedback I got was that they just opted not to request because they knew there would be a significant delay given the time of day, time of evening, et cetera. So many times where it would have been useful or come into application, it wasn't requested because they've been, per several lieutenants, I met with a group of lieutenants that said, yeah, we just don't request it most often unless it's a very, very critical need, and even at that point, there's a hesitation.
Okay.
Because they get told no.
Yeah, Mayor Beck, Councilman Schaefer, I'd have to get that number for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you. And then one last question. Did we, I know that we received the grant for the air unit, which is great. Thank you, Mayor. Did we look at any new technology in regards to drones that would not have a significant operational cost going forward? Did we look at any of that, or did we just look at the helicopter for the air unit?
We're looking at all assets, and the drones are actually built into our real-time crime center project. And so the reason that price tag is $2.6 million is because there are drones included in that. And so we want as many assets available to the men and women of police and fire as we can get. And so those are assets that we're looking at for sure, and we will acquire.
Yeah, just to point that out, when we passed the Real-Time Crime Center, when we built the budget, we actually added, we went to Glendale and actually met with their entire program and met with their chief. And we actually added in their drone program into the overall cost when we actually got the grant from the state.
Okay.
So that's how we came up with $2.7 million. So.
My apologies, Mayor.
It all adds up. So.
Travis, Chief, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks. Good questions. Councilmember Dunn?
So I actually am probably going to touch on a few of the questions already asked because I wrote this up prior. But the city has hired consultants to evaluate what type of helicopter to purchase. I believe it would make more sense to determine if a helicopter is needed at all. The mayor put the helicopter hangar on consent agenda last council meeting. I requested in writing the day before to have the hangar be pulled for discussion because we want to know information up here. We don't want to vote blindly. The council was never given information on the hangar in respect to a cost-benefit analysis or an ROI of the helicopter or hangar. I voted no on the consent agenda because I wholeheartedly believe those on council should be able to speak up and get information to disseminate, to their constituents. That information is good information for our taxpayers to have. I was reminded by the mayor how important it is to be present for council meetings when I requested today to call in because of death in my family, a very close family member. So on that note, I will be making my time here tonight count for those I serve. So for the sake of transparency, the cost of the helicopter is approximately $3.3 million, and that's solely for the helicopter. And I do know that the mayor did get funding for it, and that effort is definitely appreciated. Has the money for the helicopter been expended? Has any of the money that we've already put aside for this helicopter, has it already been expended? That was one question.
Mayor Beck, Vice Mayor Dunn, no money has been expended yet because we were waiting for the authorization to approve this contract and move forward with it. At that point, we will be full steam ahead.
Okay. And so up until now, it hadn't been discussed, the ongoing multi-million-dollar annual cost of officer training, fuel, equipment, helicopter maintenance, storage, general upkeep. You know, we're finding a lot of it up to night. Technology, and we're not experts on this. That's probably not our wheelhouse, most of us. Technologies, as was suggested, drones are available, and they're at a much lower cost, and they have been proven to achieve results. Again, the mutual aid agreement. In mutual aid, we have that in fire, and it seems to work just fine, you know, with other cities coming to each other's aid. So we do have a mutual aid agreement with Phoenix, DPS, and Maricopa County Sheriff's Office, should there be a need for police or rescue operations and services. So with that, I would like to make a motion to move item 27R to a future date in council meeting to properly inform members of council of a cost benefits analysis, an ROI covering all areas of expenses of purchase, own and operate in the city of Peoria. So I'm making a motion to have this addressed at a future date.
I would second that motion to postpone so I could get some of the budget information.
Council, so we're going to walk through this process. So the motion has been from Councilmember Dunn that we move this to a later date. Councilmember Schaefer is on the record as seconding that, even though we haven't asked questions or listened to the public, so I appreciate that from both of you. That's fantastic. And we also have other council members that actually have questions as well, so that's a great motion to actually make in the middle of a process. You're not recognized. So we will, what we are voting on.
Point of order.
What we are voting on.
Point of order.
What we are voting on.
Point of order, attorney.
What we are voting on.
Point of order.
All right, we will take a recess. So to clarify, what we are voting on is the councilwoman's motion to move the vote to the next council meeting. It has been seconded by Councilmember Schaefer. That is what we are voting on. Council complete? Please vote. And it is 2-3. So, no is the answer. So we are moving forward. So with that, Councilor Finn, did yours not work? Did your vote not work?
Thought I voted, but I'll try again.
Yeah, we can try it again?
It's going to flash. I voted no.
Okay.
It'll flash up there. I was kind of confused because I saw, I saw 5, so maybe that was me.
Vote again, please. Sorry to not count your vote. I apologize. Sorry, it passes 4-2. Thank you. So with that,
Mayor, if I may?
Yes.
There has been questions about what has been approved in our budget for the helicopter. With your permission, I'd like to ask Kevin Burke to speak to the budget authority that has been provided by council already for the purchase and operation of this helicopter. If you're so inclined, I'd like to have him make a clarification about what has previously and already been approved by council in terms of budget, and the reason why we have gone out and gone to RFP and are selecting a helicopter under the authority provided to us previously by the budget that was approved by council. So, Kevin, if you could please explain the budget that has already been approved by council for this helicopter and its operation.
Sure. Thank you, Manager Darwin, Mayor, members of council. When we budgeted this last year, you'll remember there was a budget appropriation of $3.5 million. Of that $3.5 million, $2.5 was intended to be one-time money for the purchase of the helicopter, and $1 million is set aside for operating. So the $1 million continues on in years 2, 3, 4, 5, et cetera. It's ongoing. The 2.5 was one-time dollars. Certainly the grant from the state government gave us $3.5 million in one-time dollars, so that replaces that $2.5 million with the $3.5 million. But the $1 million is in our budget as ongoing. So that's the budgeted amount for operations. You can then apply the costs against that.
Councilor Finn.
Well, with all of the excitement, I think I forgot what I was going to ask at some particular point.
It was up here, so I'm going to.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I think I wanted to ask for a clarification on the, my memory serves me correctly, clarification on the FTE increase. I think you said 2, is it not 4 at least?
No, so,
Let me explain my thinking. So in 3 years from now, we're going to add 2 FTEs on a pilot, but we also have to replace these 2 fine gentlemen in their positions currently if they move into a role of mechanic and pilot, correct? Or are we not backfilling their positions in normal operations?
we had not discussed backfilling those positions. That was not contemplated.
Does that mean does that mean that it was not contemplated because there's not the intent, or you not contemplated because we didn't think about whether or not we're going to do that?
Well, the idea was for Sergeant Wolf to be one of the pilots for the aviation unit, and the intent was for Officer Burrow to run our maintenance program.
Yep, got that.
And so then we would supplement that, so what was contemplated here was supplementing them with 2 additional pilots, a total of 3 pilots, and either training mechanics or leveraging the maintenance facility that's a couple of bays down from us to do maintenance.
Okay.
Councilor Patino.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple questions and some comments. Rudy, first of all, thank you for being here, coming in from LA. My question to you is, you're currently a pilot in LAPD, right?
I am, sir.
Okay, and so can you tell me some of the benefits you've experienced with having a helicopter in your city?
Councilman Patina, Mr. Mayor, it's a force multiplier, sir. You're running single-man units out here in this city, and this city is expanding. It's a large city. If your officer gets in a tactical situation where he needs assistance, that helicopter's going to get there a lot quicker than another single-man unit. So it's a force multiplier. Also, the rotor system itself, it's a distraction. It causes, when criminals hear the rotor system, in 27 years on the job with the city of Los Angeles, that rotor system, you have a helicopter overhead over a popular event, over something that is going to cause a crowd, it creates a source of tranquility. I've seen it over the years. But more importantly, it's the helping of the citizens of Peoria and the assistance of the citizens of Peoria, and like the mayor touched on, as far as people who are lost children, people suffering from dementia that stray away. Time is of the essence. So if you have an aircraft up and looking for that person, time is of the essence. The more we wait, the more that you delay, the further away from home that person's going to get. So it's again, I've said it once, I've said it a million times, it's a force multiplier.
Thank you. I'll admit, Mayor, that when this first came to my attention, I was skeptical about a helicopter. But after talking with Ms. Cutright and some police officers, and my standard question to police officers when I talk with them, or firefighters, is when you hear that dispatch coming over the radio, you're not going to a birthday party or a cookout. You're going to some life-threatening, potentially life-threatening situation. And I think that this helicopter just gives us another tool to make sure that our police officers and our firefighters get to go home at night and spend time with their families. And ironically, on my way to the council meeting tonight, I was driving down Union Hills, and I was at 83rd Avenue, and I happened to glance up and I saw a helicopter. And from 83rd Avenue to the 101 is about a quarter mile, a couple traffic lights in there. And I saw the helicopter circling around, and it made 4 swaths, I'll use that word, and I'm guessing it was probably about a 2.5 mile radius. And I was thinking to myself, how long would it take a police car to go that 2.5 miles? I think it certainly would be very time consuming, and the helicopter made 4 passes in, a couple minutes. So I think that, again, when the suspect is out in a neighborhood, it's not just the police and the fire that are at risk, it's our citizens that are at risk as well. And I think anything that we can do to make that better is better for our city, better for our citizens, better for our police, and better for our firefighters. So the other thing I want to mention is we have a lot of, as you go up north, you have open space, you have desert, you have trailheads. You can't get a car up on a mountain. You can't get a car on a trailhead. You can't take a car on the lake, obviously, but yet you have swimmers out there sometimes that they can't find. If you're using that searchlight or it's daytime hours, you're going to be able to cover a lot of that lake and maybe find a swimmer who's potentially going to drown. Or you're going to find somebody who's on the trailhead that may have injured themselves. And like I said, we can't get a car up there, so you get a helicopter close and you find out where this person is, and you send up the one-wheel thing, and you bring them back down to safety. So, frankly, I'm in support of this. So, that's all. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councilman. I'm going to go to the, do you mind sitting here for just a minute? I'm going to go to the public. We've got 3 speaker requests. Do we have any other speaker requests for 27R at all? Do we have? No? Okay. So we have 3 speaker requests. This is not for questions for any of you up here, but I'm going to call the speaker. So Ms. Vicki James first.
Good evening, Mayor and Council and staff. It's interesting. My biggest questions are, is our police department fully staffed? I think Mr. Finn, the question that you were asking was, with Officers Burrows and Sergeant Wolf, are they not going to be doing their current job duties that they're doing now, and they're going to be assigned to the hangar instead? And are we going to backfill the positions that they were doing? Was that, that's how I understood your question to be, Mr. Finn, Councilmember Finn. And
Not
that's
su-
what I would like
Yeah.
to know as well.
I don't believe I can respond to questions
No,
in
I
this forum,
understand,
but.
but
yeah.
that's my question as well. Are we fully staffed with fire and police? Is it costing us, taking staff away that we're not backfilling? And again, are we fully staffed? My big issue with the helicopter and the hangar, the hangar irritates me because it was rushed through on a consent agenda. Nobody was able to discuss it. We, the public, weren't able to get questions answered. So if sitting here listening to the discussion going on, it sounds like there's not a lot of answers to be had yet. I'm not against it. I just think that we need to have questions answered that we're not getting answered. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wasn't able to respond, but this is an agenda item. It's not called to the public. Am I right?
It is called to the public. Does the
I
council-
mean, at the
Does
end-
the council member wish to respond?
It's on an agenda-sized item.
It is called, does the council member wish to respond?
Council member respectfully look to the attorney and ask her if I can respond. I'd be more than happy to respond. It's an easy question. I can answer it with one single word, maybe two.
If you wish to respond, you may respond, but you are not required to do so.
Yes, that was my question.
Mr. Hunter Clare?
Honorable Mayor and Council and City Manager Darwin, appreciate you for having us up tonight. My name is Hunter Clare. I represent the firefighter, paramedics, and EMTs here in the Valley with Local 493 of the IFF. I want to start out before I address where we were by thanking all of you for looking into the future and voting for our brothers and sisters in AFME to support us gaining and retaining the most qualified members for the City of Peoria to represent our 6 block letters from here on out. So thank you with that. And moving into that, we stand in support tonight as our firefighters of this movement, not as something that's here today for us, but it's something that's going to be a project moving on and down the road to make us a larger asset usable not only by our citizens and the growth that we have in our city, but the regional partners that we have here on the west side, where we know there are many outdoor open areas that we are forced to use this in. And as we continue to grow with what you all are looking at, is we tend to be reactionary. Unfortunately, that comes from the calls that we go on. Right? We have bad calls, we have bad outcomes, we look to be reactionary, and we're always behind the 8 ball. This is one of those times where as the council, you're looking to the future and to implement something that is a growth program that will go down to keep us all safer in the long run as the citizens that are here and the visitors that we have, from things in our outdoor areas and protecting us from our people that enjoy the outdoor hiking to our outdoor enthusiasts that might have accidents on their UTVs and other items in far off places. We utilize the helicopters in the fire department for not only reconning areas when we have lost or dislocated or disoriented people, but we use it to bring our medics to the forefront so we can be there and start treatment in an outgoing area to give our member or our citizens the biggest chance for survival. Outside of that, we also have had growth in our community where we've jumped out to the far ends. And even in our major areas where the river bottom runs through, we have a continual uptick in our wildland interface fires, which means that those fires that used to be on the outskirts are burning closer to our areas. In the future, not immediately, but we see the growth into this program is that will allow us to get quicker water onto the fire like Chief Bernard talked about and stop the forward progress of those fires into some of our outlying areas. And even as we've seen in the south part of our city and the middle of our city, when those areas burn within our river bottom system that is there that we've grown into. And outside of that, in those really tricky situations that we all see on those television shows that are out there, right, from time to time the calls do come up where we have to use them for a skidded mountain rescue or picking somebody off of that mountain, or maybe an extreme water moment where we're getting into play. And that's what we are here supporting you in, is we understand that there's a definite group of cohesion between us and the police department moving forward to put another asset in play that will ultimately help our firefighters and our police officers. With my last time, again, we've had a long-standing relationship with all of you. We understand that you have constituents that you represent, and we fully support what you need to say and vote on, but we hope that you will consider yes on this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Norm Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council and distinguished members up here tonight with this presentation. It was a very good presentation. I have to agree with a lot of things Mr. Clare said. By the way, I am the representative of the Peoria Police Officers Association, for those that don't know that. And as a representative of those officers, I think it's paramount that I give my opinion on this, because I do represent those officers, and officer safety is a big aspect of this. It's been shared here tonight by many of the experts have spoken about the force multiplier for the ground units, whether it's fire or police. I think the distinct advantage that aviation gives to us is the fact that it is that force multiplier. It can respond quickly, much faster, as was noted here, than our ground units. Missing persons, members of the community that we serve and protect, getting to those members of the community at the earliest stages of those reporting of the missing elderly or children is critical. I've been on numerous incidents over the years where having an air unit would have been a game changer. Speaking of the frustration of getting air units, as a police officer, patrol officer for many years in this city, I can tell you there's nothing more frustrating than requesting an air unit and not having one available to you, especially in those incidents where we're trying to help the public. Again, that's why we serve, is to protect the public and the preservation of life. That's the critical thing here. Even when it comes to pursuits, they don't happen very often, as the chief pointed out, because they are a very high risk, high liability incident that's occurring. But when you have a fleeing felon who's leaving the scene of a murder or something very important to catch this bad guy, having an air unit in the air so that units can back off to make it a safer transition for an air unit to do surveillance from a distance, that gives us time to get our unmarked units into that area and now use other tools that we have available to subdue these individuals. That's the critical thing, keeping it safe out there for our public. And I respectfully would ask for you to please support this, because our officers and our firemen out there, we need this type of asset moving forward. The growth of the city is continuous. Every time I come to a council meeting, I hear about new projects, new expansion. There's more and more people using our desert areas for recreation every year. I see it. I go out in the desert. I see all the people out there. There's sometimes accidents out there which is beyond our capability with our vehicles to get to. Having that air unit to respond, to provide that medical aid in that critical phase of somebody injured severely is very important. You can't put a price tag on that. So I do respectfully ask for your support on this tonight, and thank you very much for my time, or for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Finn.
I can't get enough of this thing tonight, I'm sorry. I just want to make one last comment here. Bill, that was a great statement, Councilmember Patina, great statement that you made. And I was, like Bill, I was very skeptical on this in the very beginning as well, but I did take the opportunity, just want it to be known, I took the opportunity to have some great conversations with staff prior to coming into Travis and the chief, specifically to just let them know, hey, this is what I want to hear on Tuesday in order for me to make an informed decision. These are the things that I am going to ask, that I want to get answers to before I can make an informed decision, which is why I feel as though I can make a decision this evening and not have this push down the road. And I want to mention that I think this is a very, very limited opportunity for the state to pay for this helicopter. I really do. If you look at what is happening with the state and their budget, and the fact that I think they went from $1 billion projected surplus to a $400 million deficit they're now projecting, this is a very limited opportunity. I got the questions that I wanted to hear answered for me. I feel comfortable in the responses that I've heard, and I really don't want to pass up the opportunity and be facing a year or two from now trying to pay for the helicopter. I also got out of this presentation, this is not a short-term play. This isn't, hey, let's get this thing up and running in a year, and you're going to see all of these benefits in a year. It's setting us up for 4, 5, 6 years down the road when Peoria continues to expand. And if you think about the square miles, I know I'm going to roll, Mayor, I'm sorry. But if you think about the way that Peoria is set up and the amount of square miles we have, we're very narrow and very, very long. So we have when you talk about square miles, there's a lot of distance between south and the far north and the places that Bill was talking about. Those are areas that it's a lot of miles compared to other cities that are a little bit more square. So I just wanted to make those comments, and I also want to take a moment to shout out to Mr. Hunter Claire. You look great, man. You're moving good. It is so good to see you up and moving, and it's just fantastic, man. It's so good to see you moving again like that, really. And you look good, and I hate to say that, but you look good, man. You look good. That's all I got, Mayor.
Thank you.
And I'm done, I promise.
All right, so I'm going to kind of walk through some of the history of this real quick. So one of the first meetings I was fortunate enough to have was actually with Rudy on this. And I remember, I'm gonna use your statement, this is not a Matchbox car. You don't get to go to the store and pull this off and think that you're gonna have an aviation unit overnight. Am I saying them out the right way? Yes, sir. This is a program when we have vision for the city's future and the growth of the city's future and the amount of homes that we're looking at over the next 5, 10, 15, and 20 years. This is not an overnight project. This is something that has to start up and develop, as you saw today, and it takes time, energy, and resilience to be able to have that program. We have the money for a drone program, a very significant drone program that we've already passed in the previous budget. And we did our homework and actually went and met with other departments that had real-time crime centers and actually looked at how they were deploying in the West Valley and across the valley their drone programs. When it comes to an air asset like this, there is not a single air asset in the entire West Valley. I meet with mayors all over the valley. I meet with mayors specifically in the West Valley, and every single mayor, with maybe the exception of 1 or 2, has said that they would love to have an IGA with Peoria once we actually go down this path. And the staff has reiterated that already today. I'm going to kind of go through some of this stuff. So for reference, the city of Mesa, we talked about that, has 3 helicopters, 144. We have 187 square miles. What Mr. Patena said, Councilmember Patena and Councilmember Fenn both brought up, and staff has brought up, is if you look at the top of our city and the bottom of our city and the overall swath of land that we have to cover, if we don't go after an asset like this, and you want to actually have proper coverage in those areas as they grow over the next couple of years, we're going to be looking at hundreds of police officers to be able to cover that. Hundreds. We have 24,000 home permits that are unbuilt. 24,000. I actually think it might be 28,000, something like that, give or take, right? So you start to look at that and you start to look at the overall land mass that we have to cover. Right now, this is not a product that we get to go buy off the shelf, go put it in the air, and automatically have it work for us. It takes time, just like an officer does. An officer goes through, and a firefighter. How long is the fire academy?
Fire Academy is 12 weeks. 12 weeks?
12 weeks. How long does it take to develop a firefighter that you feel is not a red shirt, right? That you're actually putting on an engine and moving? A year?
More than that.
More than a year.
Go by them, so I'd say 3 years before they're comfortable to be able to
You just
act
gave
on
me
their
the
own.
perfect example. 3 years for one firefighter. So we're not, we have to look at employees that are in this view, especially when it comes to public safety, as an asset for the city that actually has to have time, training, and energy. I believe it's, I'm not going to get this right, but I'm going to say it's 800 hours of training, right?
Yeah, it's just a little over 900 hours at the academy.
So I told you I wasn't going to get it right. 900 hours of training to be able to go through that process. You start to look at that. That's just to have a firefighter now go down medic, now go medic EMT, now go different tools that they actually utilize. Same thing for a police officer. So we go through this process and we're investing in people, but if we don't actually give them the capability of tools to be able to do their job and keep them safe, it's not just a police car, it's not just buying a gun and putting it on any citizen, it's not going and saying, somebody's gone through the Citizens Fire Academy and we're just gonna go put them on a fire truck. It does not work that way, right? We take time, energy to put into training and evaluating an individual when we're doing that, and we have to do the same thing when it comes to a piece of equipment. Some seem to be interested and focus on the numbers. In terms of response of emergencies, in my opinion, and I think a lot of people in here, seconds matter. If you're on the other end of that, seconds matter. If we're trying to keep an officer safe, and I'm going to give an example. We had 3 officer-involved shootings that were suicide by cop over the last 2 years. And we probably have had more than that, but I know of 3 that are specific. All 3 of them, we could have lost an officer. Now, I ask every single citizen that's watching this or in this room, and specifically on the dais, how much would you pay for one life? I'd pay more than $1 million a year. I'd pay anything because I want that officer or that firefighter to come home to their family. To me, that's what it's worth. Now, that's my life's blood. That's what I do on a daily basis, right? That's my entire career has been trying to keep people safe. How much would you do and how much would you spend, how much would you give up to be able to keep your son or your daughter safe or your wife safe or your brother safe, any family member? What about a best friend? How much would you spend? So when I look at assets like this, my job is to make sure that these gentlemen and all city staff, we bring people home. It doesn't matter if it's AFSCME members driving one of our vehicles. The amount of training that our AFSCME members go through when it comes to making sure that if they're working on electrical circuits or they're working on trucks, they're driving on the street. We put all this time and attention into 1 or 2 things, but when we look at something like this, we ignore it. And it shouldn't be ignored. Our future is important. And our future of our police officers and our firefighters are important. Our futures of our citizens are important. So with that, I ask for a motion to pass 27R.
I'll motion to approve.
I'll second. Please vote. And it passes 4-2. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Let's wait 1 second.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. The next item on the agenda is item 28R, sales tax reimbursement for public infrastructure, a notice of intent. Deputy City Manager Mike Faust will present a public notice of intent to enter into a retail sales tax reimbursement to construct public infrastructure at 83rd Avenue and Happy Valley Road. Take it away, Mike.
Manager Darwin, thank you. Mayor, council members, thanks for hearing this tonight. Last item up on the agenda, item 28R, sales tax reimbursement for public infrastructure. So by way of orientation, I'll just highlight the project site, 83rd Avenue and Happy Valley, commonly referred to as the Trailhead. This is a project that's taken many years to come to fruition. The developer assembled multiple properties through multiple property owners. Zoning case started in 2017. Essentially in 2022, council approved a PAD and a development agreement for the area, bringing forth a commercial worship multifamily, about 40 acres of total land. The development agreement had a couple of key tenets inside of it, quality sit-down restaurants, place-making amenities, which are commonly being asked for by citizens. It required certain public off-site infrastructure to be built and provided a reimbursement for those public infrastructure. So that orientates us to the project, but I want to zoom out for a second and talk about a macroeconomic challenge in the city. The table you see on the right is a makeup of major cities in the greater Phoenix metro area, the sales, the gross sales in those communities, and ultimately works out to be the gross sales per capita for each of those jurisdictions. Now, mind you, I'll point to Peoria that sits at the bottom of this. And you ask, why does Peoria sit at the bottom of this? And if you live up in this area of town, it's quite simple. You're leaving the area of the community to go spend your money in another jurisdiction, right? You're either driving into Phoenix to go grocery shopping, you're driving into Scottsdale for chef-driven restaurants. You're leaving the jurisdiction to spend your money. So ultimately, we have to generate revenue at the city level to keep the community standards, which requires this sufficient level of revenue. And the absence of quality restaurants and retail establishments within the city limits is driving an exit into other communities. The economic development team has been working and pursuing development opportunities in the community and looking to responsibly add jobs and revenue into the area that the community is asking for. So that's at the macro. If we drill down to this very particular project site at 83rd and Happy Valley, we commissioned an economic study in April of 2022. And ultimately it said if built out to its full design, this project site alone will generate up to 430 jobs and generate $17 million in tax revenue over a 10-year period. That's something that doesn't come every day. I personally live in this area, and there's not a lot out there as options. This will provide new restaurants that the community is looking for, and some of those place-making amenities that we hear from the community. Current situation, though. So the public infrastructure costs in the original development agreement were estimated at $3.8 million, and the economic or the reimbursements associated with that were planned around that. Ultimately, the cost of the public infrastructure, the complexity of the stormwater runoff, the complexity of more than one water company running water lines through there has risen the cost of that public infrastructure by almost a factor of 2. And working with the developer, ultimately we were hearing an absence of additional support will preclude these restaurants and retail establishments from locating within the city. You might ask, well, hey, I see construction going on in the site. What you see is a Safeway being built, right? So you've seen the roof going, you're seeing block walls come up. If that's all you want, or that's all that's desired, then a no vote would ultimately yield no additional supports, and these other businesses won't go there. So I think this additional support is super important to make this project a reality. Inside of that, though, we're left with a couple of options. And so what we're proposing, or what's been pieced together as a potential solution, is something our jurisdiction has not used and something that we've seen used in other cities, but not quite in the same way. What we're proposing is using revenue, city tax revenue generated from that site to fund the public infrastructure adjacent to the property. So specifically what we're saying is, although the costs have gone up an additional $3 million to build the public infrastructure, the staff are proposing to offer $2 million of incentives specifically funded by revenue generated at that property. And as you see in the slide, it's depicted over a 72-month period, not to exceed 72 months, so that's 1 year for construction, and then essentially 5 months of transaction privilege tax generation, or not to exceed $2 million. Staff are proposing essentially that 100% of the construction sales tax would be reimbursed to offset the cost of public infrastructure. 50% of the eligible restaurant, bar, and retail would be eligible for reimbursement, and 25% of the grocery sales tax would be reimbursed, or up to the $2 million of 72 months, whichever comes first. Important to note here, if the project doesn't happen, and then there is no out-of-pocket expense to the city. If the project happens over an 8-year period instead of the projected 72 months, the city's exposure ends at the 72-month period if that $2 million is not satisfied. Working with inside of Arizona revised statute is a little complex, or just a little bit different with regards to this type of reimbursement. So there's a multi-step process for council to consider. So what you have laid out here is 2 steps, one tonight, should we move forward, another step that would occur on January 16th. The step tonight is simply adoption of a resolution for a notice of intent to enter into a sales tax reimbursement. So simple, and in the packet included what that notice was. It just, we're noticing the community of this intent to go that direction. Moving forward, we come back on January 16th, and there would be two separate votes. The first vote, council may adopt a transaction privilege tax incentive if it finds two things: that the proposed tax incentive is anticipated to raise more revenue than the amount of the incentive. So I'll take you back to the previous slide. Over a 10-year period, it's projected to raise $17 million, far exceeds the $2 million over that period of time. Second thing, in the absence of the tax incentive, the retail businesses will not locate within the city. So if there's an affirmative vote on those two aspects, then you would be voting on the development agreement with all the terms and conditions around this reimbursement. So ahead of you tonight is a vote. Staff recommendation is that you approve this resolution adopting a notice of intent to enter into a retail development tax incentive. And with that, I'm available for any questions.
Councilor Edwards?
Thank you, Mayor. Mike, I have a question for you. So reimbursement from public infrastructure using sales taxes for projects is not something that we've done in the past. What is the benefit for doing it this way?
Mayor, Councilmember Edwards, thank you for that question. A couple of things. And so when we look to the northern part of the city, and maybe not so much at this particular location, although this issue does exist, but if we look in other areas where there is no public infrastructure, it's a way for us to attract developers to the area, because developers bear the burden of building out infrastructures in the adjacent properties, the adjacent roadways. It might be widening road. In this case, it's widening roads, it's a signal, it's stormwater. Well, in that, they bear that brunt of that cost. Well, one of the things that cities can do to entice those developers to come is to work incentive packages to help them do that. Well, you have a couple of options in your disposal, right? You can go into your CIP project and fund one, which is ways we've done, that's straight cash outlay, typically using half-cent sales tax or other means. But it's interesting, there was an article back a few months ago looking at what other jurisdictions have done for sales tax incentives, and City of Peoria sits at 0 at the bottom of what other cities are offering to entice developers to come help engage. Now, that's a great vehicle. The key point is that we're not taking financial money from other parts of the city to fund a project in this local area. We're using the money from the local site to fund the projects in the local area. Project doesn't happen, we're not spending the money, right? But if the project does happen and it has the success that we think it will, it goes to fund real time in the adjacent property. Yeah.
Do I have a motion to pass 28R?
Motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Please vote. And it passes 6-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda is call to the public. As a reminder, each speaker will direct his or her comments to members of, I'm sorry, each member will direct his or her comments to members of the governing body and not to any individual member of or other individuals present. Each speaker will refrain from personal attacks, foul or abusive language, and will maintain a civil and courteous manner and tone. Members of the audience will respect the rights of others and will not create noise or disturbances that will disrupt or disturb the meeting. By state law, the council is not authorized to discuss or take any action on any issue raised by the public comment in until a later meeting. Ms. Vicki James? No, I'm good for now. You're good? Okay, thank you. I am going to butcher this name, I apologize. It is on the food donation drive, Vabrev. I'm sorry. I'm not even going to try because it's going to be horrible.
Thank you.
Can you give your name, please?
My name is Vaibhav.
Okay.
Thanks, Honorable Mayor and Council members. My name is Vaibhav Naugare, and I'm a volunteer with Hindu Swayam Sevak Sangh, and I'm here to speak about the food donation drive that we carried out for last month. Diwali is a festival of great significance for all dharmic faiths, which are Hindu, Buddhist, Jain, and Sikh, aim at fostering togetherness and promoting the concept of seva, that is selfless giving. Seva Diwali provides a platform for Indic communities to organize food drives during Diwali. Starting in the October, to mark the celebration of Diwali, the Festival of Lights, the drive runs through the end of November. Last year, Indic communities across the country donated over 630,000 pounds of food, benefiting organizations from 32 states, including food pantries, homeless shelters, worship houses, etc. By tugging at the common dharmic philosophical thread that says our well-being is influenced by the well-being of the community, the 2023 Seva Diwali project for Arizona brought together 40 Indic organizations, collaborated and contributed towards the welfare of the greater area of Phoenix. Seva Diwali uses a simple, effective method of to expand its reach in the society. It empowers volunteers of every partnering organization to act like a nucleus and inside the spirit of service within their sphere of influence. Volunteers set up collection centers for canned and dried food on their front porches, local grocery stores, temples, and community gathering. In the city of Peoria, we saw spirited participation from Sikh, Hindu, Jain, and Buddhist temples, yogic organizations, interfaith organizations, Indian American cultural and linguistic associations, and hundreds of families and individuals participated in the drive. I'm proud to announce that we have collected around 9,300 pounds of food this year in Phoenix. The donation proceeds primarily handed over to the Navajo tribes up in the north. Thank you.
Thank you for doing what you're doing. Thank you. Terry Wright.
Good evening. Hello. I'm up here because I wanted to talk to see and propose to the city if you'd be considering about a ordinance amendment to ordinance 14-110, 14-11, and 14-106D. This is mainly has to do with trailers, RVs, boats. I am an avid angler, but what I wanted to offer to you was a way for the city to make close to $22 million in a year by basically offering us a permit for a year to keep it on our property. A lot of theft with boats and RVs is a lot at these storage facilities. It has to be registered, has to stay on a dustless surface, like a driveway. It cannot touch the sidewalk, cannot hinder traffic, cannot, be any taller than your roof. There's quite a few things I want to work with the city on with this. I just don't know where to go with it. So I want to offer it and see if maybe you'd be interested.
Okay. Thank you for your comment, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ms. Lorene Bordoff.
Hi, Mayor and Council. My name's Lorene Bodorf, and I live in the Mesquite District. And this past year, what a year it's been. I really appreciate the efficiency and the engagement that this whole mayor and council have done, along with all the work that you've done. So speaking for myself and my husband, you have made city council meetings great again. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jim Keller.
Good evening, Mayor Jason, City Council, Henry Darwin, and the attorney, and all the staff. My purpose and what I want to talk about here tonight is so at the end of the year, So it's a one-year review on what the accomplishments have been. And I'm going to zero on Mayor Jason, and because he's the head one, he's the one that makes it work. And I want to refer to what Mayor Jason promised when before he was Mayor Jason. And so I have some of the documents. This is not me talking now. This is Jason Jason Beck before he became mayor. And so this is a reminder of how good we have for a mayor. He was, and he is saying here, how much would Jason Beck make? Nothing. He has no salary. He is driving no vehicle supplied by the city. So Mayor Jason is helping to reduce the taxpayers' liabilities. So that's a reminder of what Mayor Jason has accomplished. And the other last things that Mayor Jason has accomplished, he identified 3 pillars. And this is what he in his election. Now, having worked with Mayor Jason before he was a mayor and then to the campaign, these things from my experience these are words that this gentleman made and has lived up to. His first item was education. And so what's been accomplished is a new Vistacia High School. It's already been approved as a charter school. Accomplishment number 1 under education. Under economic development, the item that's the strongest and the most is the contract with Amcor, $2 billion commitment, 2,000 jobs. And so that, Jason, we probably should be looking at you getting A1 in the city of Peoria on a fast track. Others were commitments to ensure first responders receive full and proper training. That's been done. Commitment to a world-class Peoria public safety training facility to meet current and future needs. That's been done.
Thank you for your comments, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Ms. Lori Bango.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Lori Bango, and I've been a resident of Peoria for almost 20 years, and I currently reside in the Willow District. And I just wanted to take this opportunity at the end of your administration's inaugural year to thank Mayor Beck and the council for a job well done, and for all of your accomplishments in realizing Peoria's full potential. Thank you for bringing the blessing of an invocation back to our city council meetings. When we acknowledge God and put him first in all that we do, blessing and success will follow. Thank you for making public safety and protecting our citizens one of your top priorities, allocating $1.5 million for the state-of-the-art police mobile command vehicle, bringing a much-needed joint-use helicopter to the city for police and fire, securing land for a joint public safety facility in North Peoria, assigning rotating SLOs in every elementary school, and ensuring that parents and children across Peoria feel safe and secure. Thank you for taking care of our police officers and giving them much-deserved raise and funding their retirement. Thank you for keeping your commitment to bringing a much-needed K-12 charter school to our growing Vistacia area with no bond or city taxes used as you promised during your campaign. Thank you for bringing new investments in our city and water infrastructure, ensuring our water future for 100 years to come. Thank you for hiring talented individuals such as our new city manager, assistant city manager, city attorney, along with new communications director, and so many other spectacular hires, making Peoria the best-run city in Arizona. It is wonderful to see all of you working together under Mayor Beck's leadership for the most part. Thank you for ensuring our hard-earned tax dollars aren't being misused on things like POGO, it had to go, and retiring that project altogether. Lastly, thank you for your steadfast commitment to economic development, securing a development agreement with Amcor, bringing 2,000 jobs to Peoria and $2 billion in local investment, and moving forward on the long-awaited revitalization of Old Town. As we look ahead, the promise of a brighter future for our Peoria is evident, and I am proud to call Peoria home. With Mayor Beck at the helm, I eagerly anticipate witnessing how this council will further realize Peoria's full potential in 2024. The best is yet to come. Wishing you all a very happy Hanukkah, Merry Christmas, and Happy New Year. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. The report from City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'll try to make this quick. We've had an eventful evening so far, but I do have a few things I'd like to report. So the first thing is the Fire Medical Department just wrapped up its 2023 Citizens Academy. 18 citizens took time away from their busy lives to learn about the Peoria Fire Medical Department. This hands-on 5-week experience gives participants a behind-the-scenes look at how firefighters and support staff operate. The members of the department enjoy the privilege each year to interact and share their passion for the profession with our community members. The city recently hosted our annual Innovation Night in partnership with Arizona State University, Peoria Forward, Peoria Unified School District, and the Peoria Medical Engineering and Technology Professional Academy. This was a true community event for local entrepreneurs and small businesses. Mayor Beck was the keynote speaker and shared his journey of entrepreneurship. In addition, there were community programs and resources, food, entertainment, pop-up shops, and entrepreneurship ecosystem panel of local experts. You guys had to put entrepreneurship twice in this short statement. Nice try. Congratulations goes out to our Neighborhood and Human Services Department. The City of Peoria was selected as the 2023 Hero of Education for Glendale Community College and was recognized at the Heroes of Education Awards celebration on November 16th of 2023. Over the years, Peoria has partnered with the Glendale Community College and the Maricopa Community Colleges, and most recently in the Peoria AZ Promise Program, a program that awards college scholarships to Peoria students who qualify for financial assistance. The Hero of Education Awards champions of education in Arizona and recognizes those who have a high commitment to supporting students and education in their community. Our friends at the Arizona Capital Times have recently recognized 2 of Peoria's own with awards of recognition. Susana Tresante, Economic Development Project Manager, who was recently recognized as a Rising Star by the Arizona Capital Times. Rising Stars and Timeless Icons celebrates the brightest talents under the age of 40 and honors the timeless icons age 60 and above. I believe she's of the 40 and under crowd. Rising Stars are recognized as dynamic go-getters who tackle complex issues with gusto, earning their reputation through hard work and persistent dedication. Jennifer Stein, who you've heard here today, our Economic Development Director, was recently also recognized in the Public Service category of the Women Achievers of Arizona Award by the Arizona Capital Times, which recognizes the perseverance and accomplishments of top women in numerous fields. Congratulations to Susanna and Jen. Here's for a little bit of fun. For those who have watched the progress of the demolition of the old, non-functioning fountain in front of City Hall, we have a cool time-lapse video created by our office communications team that shows the entire process in just 30 seconds. Now that the space is level, we will invite public input after the first year via an online and public meeting process for the new look at the city's entry plaza. So I believe... Did I screw you up? Can you hit play on it?
Does this have me driving the bulldozer?
No, is it not going to work? Oh, the anticipation must be killing you. Trust me, it's really cool.
It's not there. It's not there anymore.
Yeah, it's not there anymore. If you don't believe me, you just walk outside and you'll see it yourself. I promise at the next council meeting we'll have it's just 30 seconds long. You will see the time lapse video next time. And lastly, I want to mention that we have several upcoming events, including 2 free concerts, a Winter Wonderland event called Candy Cane Lane, featuring family-friendly activities, and over 150 vendors and food trucks, 2 teen-themed events, a winter break camps, and a polar plunge. Oh, don't sign me up for that. For more information, please follow the links on the slide or visit peoriaaz.gov. Thank you for staff for pulling these great community events together. And I believe we have a special events video. I'm crossing my fingers. And that did not work either. So maybe next time, can you make that play from your end?
Is it going to work?
All right, here we go.
There it is.
Thank you, Mayor. That's all I have for tonight.
All right, Council Youth Liaison, Anna Sharabasta.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So this month has been great for our board, and with today, we finished our Youth Government Day presentations at the Peoria Unified Elementary Schools, where we basically promoted and encouraged students to attend and be involved with Youth Government Day, which is an event that we plan. And we're currently looking into reaching out to other schools to also present there and promote Youth Government Day, with it close to being done and members anticipating involvement and participation. And lastly, we've had a bunch of representation in different volunteering events, such as a drug prevention conference and the Old Town Winter Festival. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so Mayor's comments. Do we have slides for me, or is it working? I just didn't know. I was just going to ask. I figured I'd ask. Perfect. All right, so we have, we'll kind of go through this process because this has been a long meeting. Mike thought we were going to have this done in 25 minutes. I don't know where that was coming from, but so if any of you that attended the Downtown Peoria Festival, we had over 8,000 residents in attendance. Thank you for all those that attended. It was an amazing event. It was awesome to see city staff put this together. It was very well organized. Always a few hiccups here and there. That's just the way it works. You just kind of flow with it. It's like having family over for Christmas. That's just kind of the way it works. So it worked out really well. We had a beautiful tree, and the vendors that we had were just exceptional. So we had a great time. We have Shop with a Cop was this last Saturday. So we had 50 deserving children. Were each partnered with an officer. The day started off at the community center. Ended up at Chick-fil-A for breakfast. Can't go wrong with that. And then each child was taken and walked through with an officer, and was $300 were spent on each child. These two council members to my left were in attendance. I got to tell you, it was an amazing event. I saw the emotion in both of these two gentlemen that participated as well. And it was absolutely, if you have kids and you see this and you see a kid walk in without any shoes on, and you see kids without socks, and they're trying to give to their family and they weren't worried about them, it was amazing to be able to see our officers participate in that. I know our firefighters have another program coming up as well, where they've actually been bringing toys into the actual fire stations and donating, and they do an amazing job as well. It's just incredible to see our police and fire services do things like this. It's very emotional for both the police officers and firefighters, I know, because I've talked to all of them, but it's exceptional to see their service in trying to actually give back to the community. Let's talk about AMCOR. AMCOR recap. We talked about Mrs. Jen Stein just a second ago. I think the city staff has done an amazing job. It really starts with, the basis of economic development. The entire team has been tirelessly working on this, anywhere between 15 and 20 hours a week on this program. They have been working very, very diligently on this. The goal with this is, it's in its final stages of being able to have the state-of-the-art semiconductor advanced packaging, which will be the first of its kind in the United States. Virtually every single, if anybody has an iPhone, Apple has signed on to this, where a TSMC chip and an AMCOR processor or intelligence will be added to that chip, and that will be the future of Apple's iPhone, made here in the city of Peoria. That's how hard this staff has worked at this. It creates $2 billion of CapEx and infrastructure into the city and up to 2,000 jobs. It does not just affect, and I've said this in multiple meetings, it does not just affect the city and the economy in this city, it affects the nation. This is a national event, and Peoria citizens should be very proud of this, not just from the economic development that it's bringing, but the city staff and the diligency that they actually worked on this as well. The AFSCME Day of Giving. I'm going to be remiss, and I'm glad that Mr. Walter is actually in the room, because on Saturday, I did not say everybody's name. And, we have the AFSCME Day of Giving. We have the Day of Giving, which has been going on its 7th year, correct? 7th year. I got to participate in this last year. A lot of council members have participated in this over the years. It's an amazing event. It's held this Saturday. I think we have it up here. There's flyers if you want to take one and pass them out to other citizens. But we had, I think it was 1,600 kids walk through last year with their families and be able to pick a gift and pick different levels of different toys that they might want. What was awesome to see is how they were actually wanting toys so they could actually give toys, not just for themselves, but they could actually give toys to their brother and sister. And that was pretty amazing to watch. There's 3 individuals that have done this over the couple years. Mr. Walter Crenshaw with AFSCME, Mr. David Bell, and Mr. Brian Morris. The 3 of them have truly carried this over the last couple years. They started it out of need here in the city, in the southern part of the city, and they have tirelessly worked on it. I saw what they did last year, and they're doing it again this year. We have come all out in the city, and after last year, and tried to promote this, and we continue to promote this. If you don't have somebody that needs a toy, bring a toy. Like, participate, actually be a part of it from a community standpoint. If you don't have time to stop by the community center, stop by a local firehouse, drop a toy off, drop a bike off. My wife and kids and I just bought a whole bunch of toys at our Walmart here in Peoria, and we went and bought bicycles. They're selling bicycles, for $50. Sometimes that makes a difference in a child's life. So just take an opportunity. Instead of, maybe put a Starbucks coffee down. Sorry, Kevin. A little bit of revenue less there. Focus on it. That's something you can actually give to somebody else. It's important. So thank you for doing that. And thank you for asking me, stepping up to the plate, and all of our city employees that participate in that. Thanksgiving and Christmas, we have had an incredible year. The aspect of, we've created an innovative government. We've had 60% of new executive leadership staff this year. We've had a real-time crime center that we voted on, including a drone program. We're investing money into Gripstick, which is a regional training facility for all of law enforcement. We have five new groundwater recovery wells and future development and the planning around that. One of the things that I'm most proudest of is the historic downtown redevelopment is absolutely underway. So we are moving forward on that. And we have a new K through 12 school in North Peoria that's going to have 3,000 students and potentially a second. So there's a lot more to come in 2024. This is Christmas. or the Christmas season. I really appreciate everybody's efforts this last year. We've come up on almost 1 year when it comes to this new administration. I know that there's been chaos. I would say, just like I tell my sons, and I have 6 sons, and I've said this to my 23-year-olds more than I've said this to my 6-year-old. No full life is in a straight line. There's going to be ups and downs. There's going to be chaos from time to time. And I think that if we want to realize Peoria's full potential and where I believe it can be, and I think a lot of people up here and in the city believe it can be, it's going to have bumps in the road. It's going to have conversations like you see up here that aren't always positive discourse. We're going to have, confrontation. We're going to have, and why is all that important? Because we all want what's best for the city. That doesn't mean that we all have to agree, and I think that's important to remember during this time at Christmas. So, Merry Christmas, and thank you. We are adjourned.